Hello. Now that we got Yakuza 6 done, which by the way, again, really good, great game, great series, highly recommend it. But now that we got that done, we can move on to continuing with PGR to catching up the story. Today we're going to go through chapter 25. Well, I've already been through it when it first released, which was also when I came back to playing this game, which was what, during the summer, during August or something, I think. But I don't remember too much of the story at all. So I don't mind going through it just to have a little refresher. And it's the same deal with Cradle Parade. And of course, Aeon, Reforged, and Polaris Bond have not gone through yet. But man, look at this. These 4 chapters are all that's left for me to go through. And I'll be going through these 4 chapters for the remainder of this month, basically. I kind of hope to possibly get these 4 chapters, done before Christmas, so within this week here. So today will be Everglowing Justice, and if Everglowing Justice is a lot longer than I thought it would be, like say if it was like 7 hours long, maybe even 8 hours long, then I'm gonna do like a split into 2 parts, obviously. And if it is going to be into two parts, then what I will do is stream it tomorrow. Even though tomorrow I Ah, my brilliant. The unsettling whispers keep haunting her until the first glow of daylight stings her eyes. Echo's mind is still hurting slightly. The armor puts a hand on her shoulder, seemingly hoping for her to rest for a little longer. However, there's no time, Cecily. Her gaze briefly stays on the terminal, imprinted with the black antlers. Standing up nimbly, Echo cleans up her face and shakes off her exhaustion. This is the closest conservation area to that place. If Lena escaped, this is the most likely place she'd be. Hang on, I'll be right back. Someone's at my door. It's gonna take a while, so it's gonna take me a few minutes to be back, so just sit tight. Sorry. Okay, sorry. It took a while, I'm sorry. I had to quickly go outside to do something. Ah, and it's freezing cold out too, Jesus. Yeah, give me a few seconds to warm up. Ah. Cold, holy hell. Okay. Where was I? This is the closest conservation area to that place. Lena escaped. This is the most likely place she'd be. Holy hell, my fingers are cold. It's so crazy how cold it is outside. I'm wearing like 2 layers of gloves too, and it's still biting through it. I have to find her, no matter what. Echo bites her lips, trying her best not to consider the worst case scenario. Having secured Cecily, she enters the conservation area alone. It has been a long time since the incident at the Hetero Tower. As the boundary of the clean zone gets clearer and clearer, conservation areas inside the clean zone are gradually developed. Despite how the punishing virus still ravages other areas, how the hetero creatures are still evolving in secret, and how the path ahead is still uncertain. A glimmer of hope is enough for humanity to spring back with surprising vigor. They take root in this tattered earth and grow anew. This conservation area is situated at the edge of the clean zone. Many constructs are traveling to and fro, likely exploring the border of the clean zone. Have you heard? The Grey Raven Commandant is coming to this conservation area. Isn't Grey Raven missing a captain? I heard from a friend that their captain is locked up after contacting an Ascendant without authorization. I don't know anything about that. I was only told by a friend from the management who said the Commandant was coming here to investigate the missing humans. That happened so long ago. Why are they investigating it now? I suppose those big shots were too busy for us. Maybe they're starting to the investigation again after the rumors of hetero creatures eating humans in the nearby conservation areas? The Grey Raven Commandant. Echo pretends to organize the boxes nearby while quietly remembering this information. She has heard of the Grey Raven Commandant. Grey Raven. I heard that Commandant is a very special human. The Commandant has been active on the front line, fighting against the punishing virus non-stop to reclaim Earth. The Commandant would protect Grey Raven, and Grey Raven would risk their lives to save the Commandant. Does a squad like that really exist? Even if it does, what are the chances that everyone could run into a team and a Commandant like that? Don't look at me like that. I never thought of what it would be like working with that Commandant. I just don't want another fool losing their life over sentiments that might not even exist. And that hazy, unclear memory. Although the details are missing, the speaker seemed to believe every word said. Why do I look up to the chief? Perhaps it's because I've heard a lot of battle reports about the chief. In the beginning, it was just scores and data from the school announcement. But later, Kowloon, Pavia Forest Park, Copperfield Aquarium, the Hetero Tower. As a regular human, the chief has accomplished many impossible feats on the battlefield. More importantly, no matter how horrible this world becomes, the chief never stopped holding a heart of integrity. Echo snaps out of her daze. Fortunately, the 2 constructs opposite her have not noticed anything strange. It's gotta be too late. If the hetero creatures really were eating humans, there wouldn't be anything left to be found. What's the point of coming now? Anything else interesting? I don't think so. I heard the purifying force is hunting some experimental construct, maybe? Nothing concrete, though. The information hasn't really been passed here, and I haven't seen what the test subject looks like. I just heard the construct has purple hair, but constructs with purple hair are everywhere. Look, there's one right there. He nods toward Echo casually. An escaped experimental construct wouldn't have stayed inside the clean zone anyway. Probably went outside a long time ago. Stop worrying about that. Let's get back to patrolling. I'd hate to see more hetero creatures on the outskirts of our defenses. The constructs begin to walk away as they talk. Echo takes a small breath of relief. Small droplets of sweat seep from her palms, moisturizing the cracked artificial skin that she has not taken care of for a while. Luckily, Babylonia's arrest warrant has not reached this conservation area at the edge of the clean zone yet. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat, Echo looks down and avoids the two constructs' route. Perhaps surrendering to Babylonia is also a valid choice of atonement. She does not fear death, but now is not the time. She cannot die like that yet. She must find Lena. Castelia. The mechanoid girl with white hair stands before the simulation machine, comparing the data in her hands with intense focus. As she is about to perform the next simulation, her comms terminal starts ringing in this vacant room. Dulcinea. He stops talking as he sees the blinking simulation machine behind Dulcinea from the corner of his eye. You're still doing simulations. Yes, I'm trying to place different data samples in varying situations to simulate diverging stories. In different scenarios with disparate initiating incidents, the same two sets of data will produce drastically dissimilar stories. Alright, you're still obsessed with that ending, aren't you? I'm not sure, but having noticed my desire to continue this endeavor, I decided to do so. I'm using two sets of data samples I previously used during Palette Clash. Repeated simulations show very different results as I switch up the scenarios. Which two data samples have you been using? The Agrarian Commandant and the individual named Echo. Those two, huh? Cervantes thinks in silence, briefly, before gently smiling. I think the story that happens in the real world will always be more fascinating than the one simulated. The real world. Having lived in Castelia ever since she was born, Dulcinea does not seem to have a concrete concept of the real world. What would a story in the real world look like? Do you want to go out and find out yourself? Go out. But you charged me to stay in Castelia to keep other awakened machines safe. Don't worry about it. I'll transfer a part of the management clearance to other associates. Just follow your heart. The blinking lights of the simulation machine begin to dim one by one, and the giant machine eventually stops humming. The mechanoid girl with white hair is nowhere to be found in this vacant room. Connected clues. Opening the data report, you find entries of people from Conservation Area 109 who went missing in the past few quarters due to hetero-creature attacks. The data is indeed highly unusual. The people lost in hetero-creature attacks should have been healthy adults laboring outside, but most of them mentioned in the report fall into the age brackets of 10 to 15 and 50 to 60. I've compiled the data from Conservation Area 108's reports. The results are similar to the one you're holding. Either the staff from both of these conservation areas have collectively lost their minds and forged the data, or they didn't go missing because of hetero creatures. Lee's expression turns solemn. We have to open the investigation again. The terminal rings right as he says that. The mail from the Science Council has timely arrived. Updates? You deftly extract the information from the mail, rearranging the words as they leap from page to page to form the hidden message. Code 019. Internal assessment of Fort Winter experiment records in progress. City 023. Conservation Area 112. Outpost D56. These are all Babylonia's records on minor outposts destroyed by hetero creatures. These brief words contain countless tears and blood. Lee turns quiet. He knows as well as you do what it means that the names of those small outposts appear in a report on Fort Winter. Conservation Area 112 isn't far away from us. Maybe we should check it out first. Understood. I'll go prepare our ride. Lee turns to leave the room without a moment of hesitation. The words continue to flicker on the terminal under the dim lights. Clearly, Asimov wants you to investigate Conservation Area 112 and find something to connect the dots by sending you the message. Still, can there be any clues left after such a long time? You hear the doorknob turning. Is our ride ready? Instead of Lee, the construct with the purple hair you saw earlier today walks in. Hello? Who are you? You covertly press the alarm button on your terminal to notify Lee of the unexpected situation here. Hello, Grey Raven Commandant. You may call me Echo. I am a construct from Utopia. Echo? Utopia? The purple-haired girl looks a little tense. Gently closing the door, she makes sure that no one can spot her inside the room before saluting you with a complicated greeting salute like she did during the day. World Government's Rules of Etiquette, 3rd edition? I'm here to propose an alliance. It can't hurt to be meticulous with my manners. An alliance? What do you want? I want you to lend me your strength to take down Utopia, Aurora Squadron's secret laboratory base. She looks up at you, her eyes ablaze with resolution, yet somehow you still sense a hint of uncertainty in her expression. Aurora Squadron. It sounds like a military unit, but you do not recall such a team in Babylonia. You said you came from Utopia. What is Utopia? Echo hesitates upon hearing your question. I've never heard of Utopia or an Aurora Squadron. You should leave. I don't act on disinformation. She pauses for a second before slowly speaking again. Utopia is one of Aurora Squadron's bases. It is a large laboratory base. They routinely report to a place in Babylonia called Corona. You must have heard of Corona, given that you're also from Babylonia, Grey Raven Commandant. If you lend me your help, I will let you keep all the content and data from Utopia after we destroy it. Corona? Could the Aurora Squadron be Corona's private force? You did hear about private military units being deployed by some Corona leadership when you were on Babylonia. Why didn't you choose Babylonia? Why did you want to work with me? She could have easily bargained with Babylonia directly with information like this. Hearing that, Echo frowns, her fingers jittering uncomfortably by her side. I'm looking for your help because I've heard your name mentioned by a lot of people. They all spoke highly of you. They said you have a heart of integrity. That's it. I'm out of options. I have to bet that you'd believe me. As for Babylonia, I can't seek Babylonia's help because I'm being pursued by them at the moment. Pursued by Babylonia? Could it be? Your Kurono's escaped test subject? Or should I call you Lena? You must have also received the notification on the Kurono test subject that the Purifying Force is after Commandant. The Kurono test subject is armed with special weapons and is highly dangerous. Do not engage if you encounter her. Report to the Purifying Force immediately. Please be careful if you run into her, Commandant. Liv has warned you about this before your mission. Lena, an Iris Warbler member, was captured by a mysterious armor-like test subject in Constellia before disappearing. The incident caused quite a stir within the task force. Raise your gun. She puts her hands up, indicating that she has no intention to attack. I'm not Lena, even though I was indeed one of Utopia's test subjects. But I'm not your enemy. I can't easily explain the relationship between Lena and me, but everything will be clear once we find Utopia. I'm just here to ask for your help. I'm running out of time. I have to find Utopia and I must find her. Babylonia's people are close. I've found more trails of the Aurora Squadron after I left the conservation area this morning. I can't let them find me. I have to do this before they catch me. That is why I'm hoping to offer the experiment data from Utopia in exchange for your help. She bites her lips and stops speaking. It's hard to make a deal with an empty promise. Kurono, the armor-like test subject in the large laboratory base. Whether it's the military or Kurono, they always withhold some information when sharing data with the Science Council. The only way to completely crush their hope is to prove it is wrong from the roots. If this construct is telling the truth, this may be a desperate but crucial move in Asimov's and your plan. Still, it is unwise to act so hastily. The incident in Constellia was mystifying, and intel regarding the escaped test subject Lena has been clearly obfuscated. Still, those are not good enough reasons to start working with this unknown construct. So, I have information regarding the missing persons, and I know they're related to Utopia. How do you know about this? You mean... Almost everyone in this conservation area knows that the Grey Raven Commandant is coming here to investigate the missing persons. I can offer you leads. I'm certain that Utopia has something to do with the missing persons. There were often constructs or humans joining us when I was living in Utopia. Some of them came willingly as they sought a life there, while some were taken there. Can you prove what you said? I can take you to where one of the branches of Utopia is based to find those missing residents. But I can't possibly tell you everything at once. This information is my only leverage. The girl before you seems to be taking extra care with her words. Work with me, and I'll slowly tell you everything. Everything about Utopia and the Aurora Squadron. Otherwise, she looks up resolutely. You should know that I'm the only person who knows Utopia intimately enough to lead you to their secret base. The construct looks at you, unfaltering. Is she trustworthy? If she is one of Kurono's, what is her objective? Laying a trap to capture you. Still, being an escaped Kurono test subject is a precarious position to be in this situation. Back in Constellia, the mission assigned to you was to retrieve the test subject, and the Purifying Force was clearly tasked by some to destroy the test subject before you and Vanessa made your move. Usabeni. Seika? Is everything okay? The young commandant looks concerned as she organizes the reports on Castelia. I can't help but feel weird about the final report of this mission. Is it because of what happened to Lena? Yes. Something about it still feels wrong. Lena only encountered the corona test subject because she was protecting us. However, why could she connect directly with a corona test subject when she was a Caribou member? Why did the military show no doubt whatsoever in her identity and issue the arrest warrant immediately? Is it possible that something is wrong with Lena's identity? I don't want to cast any doubt on it, but you're just speculating, not doubting. Sika seems to have been trapped in this uncertainty ever since she came back from Castelia. The timing of Corona's appearance, the Purifying Force's entry, Lena, the Corona test subject, a report locked behind clearance. She presses her brows worriedly. Maybe you should just trust your gut feeling. Sika ponders on your words. You're right. I shouldn't agonize over it so much. Lena is part of my team at the end of the day. I need to find out her whereabouts. My hands are tied right now and I can't investigate any further. Can I ask you for a favor, Usbeni? Looking up, Sika becomes her usual self once more. Sure. If you find out anything about Lena when you're on the surface, please don't report it to the Purifying Force immediately. Contact General Wells or President Hassan directly. We can't let Lena fall into Corona's hands. It's just my speculation. But for Corona, Lena may be the most important key in this situation. I'll consider it. I still don't trust you. If this is just a temporary alliance. Receiving your confirmation, Echo looks visibly more relaxed, even though she is still trying her best to look steady and collected. You give her a temporary terminal as a way to contact each other. Having confirmed when to meet you in the future, how to contact you, she quickly steps out the door and leaves. Commandant? Lee leaps into the room through the window on the side dexterously. He has been guarding outside the door since he received your alarm earlier, but you signaled him to wait instead of charging in. Should we trust her? The timing of her appearance is quite convenient. You just arrived for the investigation of the missing persons, and Asimov's message came merely a moment before Echo showed up, claiming herself to be one of Corona's test subjects. Very convenient indeed. Still, we can't just leave her be like this. If the Purifying Force finds her and sends her back to Corona, Babylonia will lose an important bargaining chip. That didn't seem like a trap from Corona. She felt too inexperienced to be a Corona-trained soldier. Her perception was so bad that she couldn't even detect my presence. And why would she call herself Echo if she was Lena? There are too many questions surrounding her. I don't think we should work with her, Commandant. That's what makes me more curious about her intention. If the missing persons from the conservation areas are related to some plan from Corona, though risky, this move may prove extremely valuable later on. Even if this Echo was lying, she must still know something about the people who went missing in these conservation areas. How else could she come up with a companion and happen to travel through all the areas related to the missing incidents? I still think it's too risky. Lucy isn't back yet, and Liv is still helping with the reconstruction of Castelia. And this construct has never shown up on Babylonia's radar apart from that time in Castelia. To work with such an enigmatic figure. I still have you with me. That's not a reason for you to take the risk on your own, Commandant. But it's indeed an opportunity. If this gamble pays off, you will have taken out one of Corona's laboratories. If not, you will still be able to bring the Corona test subject back to Babylonia. I'll request extra support. In the meantime, be extra careful. I will. Outside conservation area. Believing that she has returned to where she secured the armor unnoticed, Echo sits beside the armor while fiddling with the temporary terminal from the Grey Raven Commandant with her eyes lowered in deep thoughts. She can feel that the Commandant did not fully trust her. That is fair. If such a legendary Commandant from Babylonia trusted a random construct straight away, Echo would have felt even more uneasy. It is fine. She does not need trust. She only ever has one goal. She will destroy Utopia. To each their own. Babylonia. Dim light simulated by the weather system shines through the windows of the conference room in the Babylonia headquarters. The morning meeting is coming to an end. An oppressive air fills the room as Nicola frowns while reading the remaining few reports. Any news on the Corona test subject? Not yet. The task force on the surface is investigating along the way. There have been a few sightings of a purple-haired construct here and there, but nothing concrete. In the purifying force? Nothing from them either. Asarius' team is still searching on the surface. Things are complicated down there. Even by casting a wide net to search is still going to take some time. Expand the search party. We have to retrieve that construct before Corona does. That test subject represents something more than just Corona's secret research. We take this opportunity to reinstate Iris Warbler. We can't. We have to be careful not to rattle them. Not to mention the finessing WGAA had to do to even keep Iris Warbler around. Some people from the Parliament were even hoping to make use of Lena's disappearance to disband the squad for treason. Even though everyone knows the real reason why they didn't want Iris Warbler to be reinstated. Nicholas sneers. Undoubtedly, some people would love for Iris Warbler to stop being associated as the discoverers of Constellia. Wells flips through the report on the terminal. Strike Hawk is investigating the border of the clean zone. Most other teams are carrying out missions. Disregarding the official squads, what about Scarab? They should be standing by on Babylonia. Shorehold from Scarab went missing in their previous mission. Our locator shows his last known location being flooded by the red tide. We sent drones to search the area. No body is found, but it's confirmed that there is no possibility of survival. The military has marked Shorehold as KIA. Discord has been assigned to Scarab to fill the vacancy, but I won't suggest sending them to the surface right now. What about Dark Ares? No one's frame is clear. Dark Ares have received their assignment and entered the clean zone, stationing there. Dark Ares. It's still too risky to send them, given their precarious ties to Corona. We should assign them some simpler missions toward the outskirts of the clean zone for now in case we need backup. We've received the security footage from Castelia. Lena seems to be connected to the defectors. I recommend issuing a double warrant to Lena. A possible defector just in case. You want to arrest Lena. Her identity. She can only be Lena. Containing it within the strife between Babylonia and Corona would give them more grounds to bring back that test subject. We'll go with that for now. What about Lucia from Grey Raven? She's still being monitored, but the Science Council has already determined that nothing is unusual about her. We're just waiting for the Control Court to complete the final steps for the ruling. As long as everything is progressing normally. In that case, we'll wrap up the meeting here. Contact me if there are any updates. He stands up and opens the door, only to find a young commandant who seems to have been waiting outside for a while. Sika? The general asks. Sika salutes him. Is there any news on Lena, General? Unfortunately, there's nothing yet. I believe I can go to the surface and look for her whereabouts. We're both from Iris Warbler and... We've talked about this many times already, Commandant Sika. Commander Nicola. I understand why Iris Warbler can't be deployed, but Lena... It's good that you care about your team, but we mustn't be too impulsive. The time will come. Be patient. He pauses for a moment before heading back to his office in silence. Outside the conference room door with the flickering in-use sign is a man in a colorful shirt. He leans casually on the wall of the walkway, waving at a woman stepping out. "Hi, Rebecca. Working today, huh?" Rebecca looks briefly disgusted upon seeing Norman, but she quickly smiles professionally after sighing. "What can I do for you, Mr. Norman?" "Your birthday's in a few days, isn't it? I prepared a small gift for you. Hope you like it." Norman opens up an exquisite box he has hidden inside his cuffs and reveals a pair of beautiful earrings. "How did you find out?" "I'm still capable of getting my hands on a piece of intel or two." Cons. That guy doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Two members with the control cord walk past them, seemingly accustomed to this scenario. They even nod at Norman with a hint of encouragement in their eyes. "Although this ruse of yours has given you a legitimate reason to approach us, you're still being very conspicuous." Rebecca's smile still looks the same from the outside, but her eyes are filled with loathing. "It's okay. This is worth nothing to my family." Trying to passionately pursue Rebecca, the debauched son of the Norman family never fails to show up outside Colin's office with proper reasons. "Get in. Colin's waiting. Don't forget to make an appointment next time." Rebecca sighs before quietly handing the gift back to Norman, but he shakes his head. "Keep it. I meant to give it to you. Your birthday is a day worth celebrating no matter what." "Happy birthday." Norman does not seem to be joking, so Rebecca takes the gift once more before stepping aside to watch the smirking man enter Colin's office. Excuse me. Hearing the door open, Collins lazily opens his eyes and smiles. "You and your tricks, Norman." A shame that Rebecca doesn't seem too pleased with it. Enough of that. You know what I'm talking about. Norman smiles before taking out a piece of scrap paper with the coordinates of Conservation Area 109 on it. Trojan has arrived in Conservation Area 109. She will do her best to delay the task force and the Purifying Force from finding the test subject. Colin scratches his chin dismissively. How trustworthy are the coordinates? As trustworthy as our friendship. Well, that's something to look forward to. If she finds the test subject, she'll bring her to a place I've arranged. I wouldn't count on it myself, however. I'm happy as long as she can delay them for a little while. And what's next for you? Are you just watching for the satellites? Or are you? Sorry. You've started the fire, so I don't mind adding fuel to it. I'll get you what you want. After all, Norman Corp still needs someone irreproachable to lead them, doesn't it? Colin stresses when he says the word irreproachable. Don't make it sound like you don't want to benefit from it. Of course. Only a fool wouldn't exploit such a good opportunity. Not to mention that it's about time someone cleans up Pigman's mess. You have to be quick, though. I don't know how long Trojan can stall them. Norman stands and nods, preparing to depart. Remember to contact me if your people find out anything new later. Collins waves as he smiles and puts the piece of paper on the coordinates inside the pocket of his favorite suit. Man, what's with these yawns coming out? Certainly. I'll tell you about Rebecca's favorite dessert next time. How about that? Norman smiles in response to Colin's jest. Huh, it's a deal. The morning air clears any feeling of tiredness. You stayed up late discussing your next course of action with Lee last night, and you still feel somewhat drowsy, like me right now. That Yakuza stream did a number on me, Jesus. Ugh. Grey Ribbon Commandant? The girl with The girl with purple hair is knocking on your door with a straight face. Just call me Usabeni. Is that your name? I should still address you as Commandant, even though I'm not a Babylonian construct. She performs another complicated set of gestures to greet you, which looks slightly different from the one she performed yesterday. Question mark? The courtesy for mornings and evenings are naturally different, and so are the greetings for meeting the first time and the second. Noticing your confusion, she explains. Well then, let's investigate Conservation Area 112 today, just like we discussed last night. I've planned a route. Do you wish to confirm it? Of course. Receiving your confirmation, Echo picks up a branch from the ground nearby and starts sketching on the floor. This is the conservation area. I'll take this path. Where's your terminal? What is it? There's a map function on the terminal I lent you yesterday. You take the terminal from her and swipe a few times, projecting a simple topographic map before you. It can even do that. She turns away, probably hiding her embarrassment from you. My planned route goes through here, extending to here. She traces two paths on the map, and you can tell that she has considered them meticulously, so much so that she can even predict possible enemy locations and areas to avoid. Very detailed. Echo clears her throat before carefully inquiring. Will you bring others with you? The gentleman from yesterday, perhaps? That's not necessary. Despite how much she protested, you convinced Lee late last night to not accompany you, but to follow closely to back you up when needed. If Echo is indeed Corona's trap, you may plant an element of surprise this way. Let's go then. The construct with purple hair steps outside the room without hesitation. Utopia was a wonderful place. I've lived there for as long as I can remember. They took in many children and constructs. Some constructs formed the Aurora Squadron, while others were charged with maintaining the operation of Utopia. The person in charge of Utopia was Dr. Pickman. Dr. Pickman made many rules for Utopia, teaching us about truth and justice through beautiful songs, telling us that we must follow them so that we could contribute to the world when we grew up. Devote everything to kindness and love. Never disregard what is righteous. Walk in the path of wisdom without arrogance or faltering. Be fair, be just, be humble, be prudent. You're here, Doctor. Alyssa, did you study hard today? The scrawny, middle-aged man watches a young child lovingly with his golden eyes. Of course. Didn't I tell you that I'm going to be the best prefect in Utopia? I know the Utopia protocols like the back of my hand. Good girl. Shall I reward you with your favorite snack during dinner? The orange-flavored one you love? Thank you. The man with golden eyes smiles as he leans down and pats young Alyssa on the shoulders. I know Alyssa is going to be the best of us. It's almost time, Doctor. I almost forgot the important thing. Come with me for a second. There's something I need your help with for the experiment. Yes, Doctor. Pigman nods at the teacher, and the teacher immediately puts down the textbook and follows Pigman out of the room. Adults and their business. Her lesson interrupted, Alyssa puts down her book at a loss. But study time isn't over yet. What should I do? I'll go find Cecily. Cecily has the best stories. That also counts as studying, I think. Having ruminated about what to do, Alyssa happily decides to plan for the rest of her study time. Inside Utopia, a couple of constructs are sitting or standing in a quiet corner, focusing on their work. Good morning, Cecily. Alyssa intentionally lowers her voice as she carefully runs to a construct with long, purplish-gray hair. She holds her skirt up slightly and performs a complicated curtsy. Alyssa, is your class over already? The female construct named Cecily smiles gently and tucks away her hair before she reaches out, performing a curtsy in return and gesturing for Alyssa to sit down. What did you learn today? The teacher didn't teach anything new. We just revisited the Utopia protocols today. Teacher got called away during halfway through the class. I suppose there was something important that needed to be done. Cecily looks down, complicated emotions flashing past her eyes. I see. How about I tell you a story? Yeah. Do you remember when we were where we were last time, Alyssa? Little Eliza was going to look for her brothers. Poor Eliza. I wouldn't have known what to do. Right. Eliza ran into an old woman in the woods. The kind woman told her about the 11 crowned swans swimming along the nearby river. The old woman gave Eliza some fruits and guided her to a winding river ahead of them. After saying goodbye to the kind woman, Eliza walked along the river until she reached the beautiful ocean. The waves from the ocean produced 11 white swan feathers. When the sun was about to set, little Eliza saw 11 crowned swans descending from the sky. Alyssa raises a hand to indicate that she has something to say. Alyssa, do you have a question? What does the ocean look like? Cecily pauses and tucks her hair away again before holding Alyssa in her arms. The ocean is where many rivers and streams converge. It is endless and boundless, so expansive that it looks like it will go on forever. I've seen a golden ocean when its waves reflected the morning light. I've seen a pink ocean during the golden hours of twilight. I've seen its water at its darkest blue during a storm. Whoa. Alyssa listens to Cecily's description longingly. You'll see the ocean one day, Alyssa. She smiles as she caresses Alyssa's forehead. Really? Like Eliza did? Like Eliza did? Of course. Little Eliza held onto her kindness and purity, which is why the evil queen's toad magic failed to take hold. She could only reunite with her brothers in the end because she never gave up. So, there is nothing you need to fear as long as you let nothing change you. Justice is bound to echo through the land, and eventually, the door to the room opens, and a female construct enters, subtly poking Cecily. Nata. Alright, Alyssa. We'll end today's story here, okay? I have to follow Utopia's rules and do my job now. Okay. Despite how much she wants to keep listening to Eliza's story, Alyssa nods cooperatively. Goodbye, Cecily. Goodbye, Nata. Alyssa jumps down from the chair next to Cecily and performs a standard salute before departing. I forgot my book. Alyssa realizes she has forgotten something before she walks out the door. Turning around, she notices Nata saying something to Cecily. Cecily, you know full well. She's just a kid, Nata. She doesn't understand anything. Don't blame a child for the sin. We should be the ones working hard. Forget it. I was being rash. Alyssa is a good kid. Have you found those people? Do any of them show any inclination to escape this place? Pigman has been too good to them. He's basically flawless, providing food, sufficient water, plentiful care, and fair rules. They all see Pigman as their savior, believing that he is sincerely building this place as a real utopia. I released a lot of internal information on the lab, but they wouldn't believe it. Yeah. There are enough supplies in this place. Food, sufficient water, fair rules. Who can say no to these things in this day and age? Does he not love everyone in this utopia sincerely? He's done plenty, indeed. He even punished the leading figures who caused the disturbance only because they disrupted Utopia's order. Cecily, don't get angry. These are the truths. But you know how Zika... I know, which is why I'll think of a way. There's no use rushing, Nata. Have you gotten the code to the door outside? I got it. I've placed it somewhere they'd never think of. I'll arrange what happens later. Don't be impulsive. We will escape this place with Zika and Arabella. Justice will eventually prevail, won't it? Enough with these lies, or children. We wouldn't have been in this hell if justice existed. Nata pushes the door open angrily and leaves. My teacher told me not to interrupt people's conversation, so Cecily had also left by the time I knocked on the door. I didn't understand what Cecily was saying back then, but now, she must have thought about leaving as well. Unfortunately, I figured it out too late. Although Echo's sadness seems genuine, you cannot let your guard down just because of a short story. Cecily, you seem to have seen this name before. Was it from the annual list of deceased constructs, or somewhere else? If Cecily was a Babylonian construct, there must be a file on her up there. Echo lowers her head slightly. The fabled armor-like coronal test subject sits right beside her, gently touching Echo's shoulders. Why would they want to escape if Utopia was that good? Dr. Pigman even sounds like a rare altruist from Echo's descriptions. Food, sufficient water, plentiful care, fair rules. Even Babylonia cannot guarantee these to everyone who enters the conservation area now. Why would those constructs plan to escape if that was the case? I was the cause of all these sins. Utopia might not have existed if it weren't for me. And they wouldn't have had. But that's another story. Rest. We still have a long way to go tomorrow. She fiddles with the campfire, and the surroundings grow dim. Unspoken pain. Alright, this is where it kind of like splits off into two things. Mind is not stable, Echo. Looks like you're out of danger. Now that the mind is stable, you can select to recall any memory of a specific time or a specific place. I didn't know this was possible. After all, this is your mind. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just do what you want to do. Private Journal 603201. If we could abandon these naive ideas and take another look at the previous experiments from a broader viewpoint, these are failures through and through without a doubt. I was working in the wrong direction right from the beginning. Thankfully, I still have time. The mind is a deep subject. We'll come up with a satisfactory answer one day. Just take a look around. Leave stage.
このデータはおかしいわ。
How is this happening? Why such a big deviation? Based on our calculation, the rejection rate should be 56.98%. Why the big deviation? Could it be we put in the wrong data? Let me have a look here. Lady told me that I should look for a bar key if I wanted to have a look out there. What is this, the bar key, she said? Just drinking water. Wrong data. Didn't we calculate it before? There shouldn't be any problem. Forget I own one. Let me check it for him. Is there a secret? Oh. Whose ID card is this? On the plastic card, there are 4 numbers on it. 0451. In your mind, all tangible items should be important. Put it away for now. 0451. Is there another secret underneath? Oh. It's like empty on the inside. I don't really see anything out of the ordinary. Private Journal 620503. Some Project Catilla materials were modified. Those kids were dead, and she was also destroyed. Who would care about these meaningless data now? Hang on. Hey, dude, you okay? He's like slumped over. $604,532. Routine check is done. Among these children, 6 samples are qualified to enter the next round of cultivation. I found that their minds have a higher fusion rate. Professor blah thinks it is due to physical fitness, but I don't think so. After inquiring about these children, I found that they all grew up in the same orphanage and received the same education. Does this have any impact on their mind? This could give birth to a new theory. Alyssa is the best.
再建秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ
Use wrong data, this will cause a big deviation. Ah, I see. Thank you. So much for today's night observation. No more problems tonight, please. Have for lunch. See you later.
このデータはおかしいわ
The kid's gone now. I can target these people.
秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ
Now they're gone. I can target him. Good night. Oh, what the hell? This is double-sided glass. Mind, I am, it hurts. We were little back then. This mind fusion test subject is not breathing. That's right, she's here. I'm sorry, Cecily, I didn't know it was. It's not your fault, Echo. This one over here. There's still this over here. Is there something with this? To do with this? I have no idea. I can attack these guys. Gotta remember that ID code. 0451. We'll proceed to the second floor. I remember when I went through this the first time, I was like, what do I do? I still don't know what to do. Deeper memory ceases to emerge in the mind. What time is it about? Mind. It hurts. I... Kill them all.
秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ暗闇を集結する秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ
You know, what are you trying to tell me? Crawl into the vent. Where does this ventilation pipe lead to? Us from there. These are Fusion Experiment Record. Experiment ID 802351. Sample ID Group E ET005 ET008 Group A AF002 AF006. Experiment record. 1. Performed mind fusion on 2 subjects who were forced to relinquish their survival instinct. Rejection rate observed 64.4%. 2. Performed mind fusion on 1 subject who was forced to relinquish their survival instinct, and 1 subject who willingly relinquished their survival instinct. Rejection rate observed 48.7%. 3. Performed mind fusion on 2 subjects who both willingly relinquished their survival instinct. Rejection rate observed 25.9%. Conclusion. Strong correlation was observed between the rejection rate and subjects' will to live in small sample experiments. Need to increase the sample size for further research. Continued weakening of subjective will in samples is also necessary. You'll be lost if you stay in the mind for too long. It's time to leave Echo. Echo sits up abruptly, clutching her forehead in pain. How are you feeling? Lee has shot down the mind disruptor from afar, but the aftereffects are not likely to subside anytime soon when it comes to mind interferences. It's no big deal. I just remembered some things, and those weren't pleasant memories. Recalling the memories she saw in her mind, she finds it ironic that the songs about justice and order were placed with the journals of the Mind Research Project. That place used to be different. It should have been. It should have. What should have looked like? What should it have looked like? The good she remembers mixes with the ugly she never recognized, forming a series of chains that have confined her tightly. Ugh. Calm down. Echo looks to be in great pain, and the armor aside begins to produce a strange hum. You cannot help but feel that Echo has a really close tie with the Corono test subject. Right, I'm okay. I just need a minute. Taking a deep breath, Echo looks slightly less pale. Having made sure that her mind has not greatly deviated, you begin to sort out the bits and pieces of information you glimpsed in her mind after getting Echo's permission. Utopia has been performing illegal research on the mind this whole time. No wonder they can produce so many devices that can directly interfere with the mind. But what is the connection between Echo and Pigman? Was she one of the samples? Echo quiets down upon hearing your question. No. He adopted me and raised me, letting me call him father. He is your father? Take a step back. Echo is Pigman's adopted daughter. Such an intimate bond. With this new clue, you cannot help but reevaluate this temporary alliance you have with Echo. I knew you'd react this way. However suspicious or doubtful you are, this information should verify part of what I've told you. I hope that's enough to convince you to uphold our alliance. Contemplate. The seemingly well-behaved but chaotic children, the mysterious journals, and everything else seem to suggest that the laboratory is more than meets the eyes. Has Utopia always been like this? It wasn't like this at first. Pigman, he used to be loving and patient, and he'd take us to play on the deck. I don't know how he became the way he is now. Echo quiets down suddenly, probably recalling the research journal she saw in her memories. Was that really the case? Or was his kindness always a facade? Those journals from your mind were all written by Pigman? Yes. He used to bring me with him all the time when I was younger. I probably saw those journals back then. He didn't avoid me when he was working. I don't know why I have no recollections on any of them, but that should be it. If Echo's memories were accurate, why did the penmanship look kind of familiar to you? You seem to have seen a similar signature on a report before. You suddenly remember another scrawny man with golden eyes. Mr. Corona, please hurry up. You're going to be late for the meeting. Corona. When I was still a member of Corona, I met him in person and also accidentally came across his data file. I thought he was on the board of directors, but it turned out his name was just a coincidence. Could it be him? The doctor whose name coincidentally appeared on your inspection report during your confined treatment. Has Pigman told you anything about Babylonia? Never. He left for scientific exchanges occasionally, but he never mentioned the outside world. Is something wrong? I'm not sure yet. Echo turns silent again. She seems to have encountered layer after layer of mysteries. Each time she lifts a layer, she would find the answers behind it, written in blood. Every discovery would burden her with another shackle filled with sins. Devote everything to kindness and love. Never disregard what is righteous. As if the things I insist on are a joke. Her voice sounds desperate, as if she is suffocating. We'll chase down every lead no matter what. Right or wrong, the truth will be revealed one way or another. Rest. We have a long way to go tomorrow. Echo quiets down again, leaning on the arm as she closes her eyes. Near Conservation Area 109. The vehicle outside the conservation area seems to have waited there for a while. Trojan approaches it from nearby travel stained. The deal was no work during my break. I'll have to charge him triple my hourly rate. I'll let Mr. Norman know. And here's the vehicle and equipment you requested. Although it's naive to think that this thing can help catch the corona test subject, I think it's better than not having it. What happened with the information I told you to spread? It's out there. The purifying force doesn't seem to buy it, but seeing that they did lose their target, they had to send some of theirs to investigate the conservation areas that cited a construct with purple hair. Expand the spread of information toward the center of the clean zone. It'll be easier to deal with the rest if we manage to draw those people away. The unknown construct leaves after Trojan communicates the plans forward. She opens the door to the vehicle and looks to turn in the direction of Conservation Area 109. That's enough money to retire if I manage to capture the corona test subject. Whatever. Trojan grumbles before sighing and stepping into the vehicle, leaving Conservation Area 109 behind. Don't know if I can remember how to get to the snowfield though. Do I have to just leave the area? And then I have to go... Oh wait. I think I have just to go to the map. Or no. This way? Yeah, to the snowfield. And this gives some more stuff on the story. Yeah, they're playing hide and seek. You have to play with them. I'll let you have the painting as the reward of being the winner today. Which is what they were saying just earlier. Someone tried to escape the other day. We're supposed to be playing hide and seek. Maybe I have to change the time? Important scene. That's in the lab over here. It was through that vent. Is it necessary to have this many doors in the hallway like this? Oh, wait, no. I remember, like, one room is for, like, disinfection and stuff, right? To disinfect.
聞いたか？ピークマン先生の実験。
Door won't open. Area is not this memory. You can leave the deep mine from here. This is a mark left by Lena. Have to figure out a way to get in. Maybe in another time. Yeah, you have to go through it during the night. What if I go to evening? I wonder if there's anything different when it comes to evening. Or how different is it? I wonder if I can go to the snowfield during this time. Ugh, I hate this job. Wham, dude. Oh. No running around in the corridor according to the Utopia Protocol. Can't go outside. Anything new in here? How could it act up?
昨夜、隅でお姉さんの泣き声が聞こえた。
Heard a lady weeping. Bad bad dream. How could anyone cry in a place like Utopia? Let me go back to noon. Because I do remember for the snowfield you can, like, you play hide and seek with the kids. I want to go through that again. But I don't know how to properly trigger it. Do I have to talk?
おごらずたゆまず道理を推し量るべし
So we gotta go to the barkeep over here.
外の世界ってどんな世界だろう
Can you help him? Key 0451. Still not sure what I could do with those numbers though. There's something over here I can. Oh, it's just sitting down. Okay. Time for lunch. See you later. And then they leave. I go out to the snowfield. I don't know if I had to do those just to make them. Because they're not... So you just say the same thing. I can't talk to the guy either. Oh, oops. Or maybe they're hiding right. Maybe there's other kids hiding right now and I just go look for them. No, but I swear I remember them being like, let's play hide and seek. And you have to go around here and find them. What am I missing? Because I do remember. I do remember. How they respawned. How about I go straight into nighttime? I don't know. Whatever. And then this takes us back here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember how to trigger the whole hide and seek thing. Whatever. Let's just read this. Mournful separation. Crimson is the frozen land through which cracks run. Swarming up this way through the mud as they let out beast-like howls or seemingly endless corrupted. She lies on the ground surrounded by broken limbs. She's unable to think, her mind filled with vital fluid that now reeks of grass. Please help. When she presses the hidden button on the back of her badge, with what little energy she has left, the badge starts blinking red, showing that a connection has been established. The construct lies helplessly in the war-ravaged wilderness, her body all but completely destroyed. After God only knows how long, a cleanup construct arrives. Oh boy. Half-heartedly, the construct goes through the broken construct limbs on the ground, apparently trying to find something. And there. He pushes away a few powerless robotic fingers and, with a swift motion, pulls out a metal name tag. Nata of Silver Falcon. Babylonia. Registered as dead. We're still alive. Zika of Silver Falcon. Babylonia. Registered as dead. We're still alive. You can't. Commandant Arabella of Silver Falcon. Babylonia. Registered as dead. Poor thing. Construct steps on the Silver Falcon badge that's still blinking red, after which he casts a barely noticeable look at the construct on the ground, as though certain that she's still conscious. Help us. Incomprehensible and hoarse, her beg for help makes its way out of her broken vocal system, but falls on deaf ears, and it quickly bleeds into the wind. Babylonia 12 hours ago. Cecily, check this out. The female construct waves a book at Cecily. Took me a while to find a paperback of this book, where they produced this gem in limited quantity back in the Golden Age. Are you sure it's not because no one really bought it? And I can't imagine poetry collection of the Golden Age being a bestseller. Hey! Alright, stop fighting. Did anyone see Commandant? With a gentle smile, the purple-haired construct breaks her combative teammates apart. In the lounge. Got a new mission apparently. And you're also wanted on the mission too. You just got back from a support mission? I feel like the Department of Labor is going to start breathing down our neck if you work another day. I'm totally okay. I volunteered myself for the support mission hoping to lend people a hand. And the conservation area they're headed to is part of the reason I volunteered myself too. Hey, you sure are pulling out all the stops looking out for those kids you saved. You've been swinging by whenever you could, and you'd even give them your share of supplies. They're just kids after all, so I thought I'd drop by every so often to make sure no one's bullying them. Say, has the Commandant sent out the mission briefing yet? Let's see. They're to eliminate the corrupted and hetero creatures in Conservation Area 112 and protect its residents. Protection mission, huh? Hey, stop showing that "oh, it's so easy" face just because it's a protection mission. Everything we do now, we're doing it for the future of Earth, and every fight we've been through, it builds us up and readies us for the war that will eventually come. I'm gonna get myself ready now. Are you coming with me, Cecily? I'm going to have a quick chat with General Wells. Catch you in a bit at the lounge. Conference room. Wells is sitting at the conference table going through reports after a meeting. When he hears knocks on the door, he speaks without looking up. Come in. General Wells? It's been a while, Cecily. Is everything okay with my proposal? Still under review. The best that Babylonia can do for the kids at the moment is to take care of them collectively in the conservation areas. Babylonia can only consider taking them in if they're exceptionally talented or if their parents have made exceptional contributions. And that's how we're going to go about it, even when we know that's not fair to the kids. Yes, that's exactly how we're going to go about it, even when we know it's not fair to the kids. Things aren't so black and white, Cecily. I'm a little surprised to have to point that out to you. Justice will eventually prevail, and righteousness will find its way back to people. I remember this is what you once told me. Babylonia can't just take everybody in, you know? Says Wells as he shakes his head. When it comes to Babylonia, there are certain things in which not even Wells himself nor Hassan gets a say. Apologies for getting ahead of myself. I know you're just trying to be fair with every child, Cecily, and I understand that every child represents hope leading to the future. But there's only so much we can do for them now. Cecily has been Wells' best student, but she seems in constant pursuit of perfection, to the point of being stubborn. And while there's nothing wrong with that, that doesn't just seem like it's a luxury their current situation allows. By the way, we're assigned a new surface mission and we may need to leave right away. A new surface mission? You didn't come through me first? Wells makes a brief, barely noticeable frown. It's a corrupted attack and I guess they didn't have the time to run it by you. Anyhow, I'll work on improving the proposal from before while I'm away. Cecily's terminal beeps impatiently. Well, I got to go now. Guess I'll see you around then, instructor. Door closes with a heavy thud. No, don't. Don't go. Cecily jolts awake, her forehead wet with condensate liquid. Cecily? How are you feeling? Okay, just had a nightmare. Moments like this teach us to remain calm on the outside and be at peace. Nada is trying to cheer Cecily up with the world's last copy of poetry collection of the Golden Age. You're probably the only person around who actually buys into this stuff. Well, this is just... You aren't gonna say food for the soul, are you? Come on, I'm still feeling full from breakfast here. Chill, Zika. Nata is just trying to cheer me up. Facing the person monitoring her and the blinking camera behind her with her back, Cecily starts communicating with Zika and Nata using their secret sign language. Where is Commandant? In the West Wing. The chapter of justice. Hey, Carefree. There are pipes to escape with. You sure we can trust the informant? Yes, I've double-checked with Alyssa. Alyssa is a good kid. She's been leading the life of a just and righteous person following all the ridiculous rules of this place. It's a real shame that she was born into a place like this. Which is why they've made up their mind. That if they knew how to leave this place, they'd take her with them too. Nata? Weapons are ready. Nata is probably the only person in this world who can put together usable weapons in a place like this. Cecily gently clasps the broken Silver Falcon badge in her palm as she tries to formulate her next step. No, don't. Don't go. We do as planned. Move tonight. No, you can't. Zika and Nata look her way with a barely noticeable nod. She just might have a chance to get hold of Wells if she can leave this flying fortress. No! Cecily? Cecily, are you okay? Beads of condensate liquid from her forehead make her way into the strands of hair by her ears, redolent of snakes slithering into her mind. I'm okay. Nothing but a nightmare. So, what's up, Alyssa? As that one line of words that she used to believe with all her heart replays in her mind, cold condensate liquid oozes out of her artificial skin. Father said he couldn't go to class with me tonight because he was busy. Do you have time? Do you have time, Cecily? Of course I do, Alyssa. She strokes Alyssa's forehead lovingly as Alyssa looks back this way, her eyes filled with trust, all the while unaware of the emotional turmoil Cecily is going through. Alyssa is a good kid, the one and only flower to have grown out of Utopia's rotten soil. Their first runaway attempt came to naught. The ventilation pipes failed them, catching Aurora Squadron's attention and causing them to activate their mind disruptors immediately. Seems like you're going to make one fine addition to the first batch of Utopians. The machine beeps coldly as the liquid is released into the vessel. Ah, such wonderful data. Babylonia sure built you well. She's never seen Arabella and Zika again. Seems like we have a guest. Let's go there. Looking through the side door, she catches Pigman in a conversation with someone. Don't think they have anything they need anymore, do they? Time for you to pay up. I'm putting myself at great risk here fabricating these records, so I'll need you to give me my money now so I can run for it. Nata Silver Falcon, Babylonia, registered as dead. Zika Silver Falcon, Babylonia, registered as dead. Commandant Arabella of Silver Falcon, Babylonia, registered as dead. Poor thing. No. Cecily? No way. A new surface mission? It didn't come through me first? It's a corrupted attack, and I guess they didn't have the time to run it by. Don't push that door open. All set. Can't let Zika and Arabella. Calm down. Broken beyond recognition, the Silver Falcon badge has been left to rot on the snowfield. Afloat in the vessel, Nata is drained of life. The armor in front of her turns around slowly. You'll see one another in there. That utopia where there is no pain, where eternity prevails. No. Nata was the price they had to pay for their failed runaway attempt this time. They acquired the password to open the door that would set them free, and they even felt gusts of wind all around them. But their hard work all came to no avail. Cecily? It hit Cecily just now that, with the other three gone, the only Silver Falcon still alive is Cecily herself. Yeah, I'm okay. Nothing but a nightmare. That's it. It's all gotta be just a nightmare. It pains her to think about that time when no one responded to her call for help after she came across an unusually large group of corrupted. It pains her to think about that time when no one answered her after she pressed the emergency contact button on her badge. It pains her to think about that time when her whereabouts became an open secret to her escape attempt. If entering this place means she can go back in time. If entering this place means she can meet them again. If entering this place. Beyond the skylight, the hazy skies are heavy with pent-up ash-gray clouds. Before she knows it, drenching rain starts coming down fast and hard on the windows. She can't remember ever having ever seen the sky since she came to Utopia. Does she hold a grudge in her heart? It appears so at times, but then there also seems to be none at all. All her pent-up frustration for being betrayed and failing to escape seems to have vanished bit by bit as time goes by. Looking respectfully, yeah, it's kind of just out there, huh? Boing. So let it all come to an end here. This, she figures, is probably for the best. So long, Silver Falcon. Please forgive her for running away. Sorry, Alyssa. Please forgive me. I know I shouldn't be asking for this after leaving you there on your own, but if the sun ever comes out, see more of this world for me if you would. Utopia. I thought Utopia would return to the way it was if I kept following the rules and defending justice. Was I wrong? Echo looks up, her eyes brimming with tears. Everything has changed. She quickly wipes away her tears and turns to look at you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying that at a time like this. Their control panels all share common passwords. I remember a few of them. Let me give it a try. Her fingers tremble as she punches in the wrong codes a few times. The control panel buzzes, alarmed. Echo. What's wrong? She hastily wipes her eyes again, trying to hide the trails of her tears. Justice itself isn't wrong. I don't know what to do anymore. What even is justice? Aren't you doing a great job? I'm doing a great job? Remember when we first met outside the conservation area? You helped the woman who was being bullied. She could be a child's mother or an old man's daughter. Echo helping the woman could mean a full meal for a whole family. Constructs are fully metal, so for her to cry, someone built a cry function that even included tears. Yep. I suppose that's a little extra thing to help prevent mind deviation. I would assume. Even when she does not know what justice is or what she should do, protecting the weak is already an act of justice. Words and concepts are never clear. Knowing your desire and doing what's right is good enough. Is that so? Echo still looks a little lost, but her fingers have stopped shaking. Inputting her code again, she unlocks the control panel. I'm through. A folder sits alone on the screen. Clicking on it reveals document after document. Each document is a detailed file on one of Echo's quote-unquote friends. Everything from their basic information to their hobbies and interests. That's the details. Father. Dr. Pickman was very nice to everyone. He even remembered everyone's birthday and interests. Everyone in Utopia liked him back then. Can sentiments like that really be a facade? Lena's information is here. Echo opens the file titled ET-0215 Lena. Construct. Squad unknown. Attempted to infiltrate the outer flying fortresses of Utopia multiple times. Current status. Missing. After watching Akame get killed, every time she says justice, I think of Sergio. Isn't it that one girl who is always like freaking maniacally crazy about justice and shit? The crazy Justice Soldier girl? Oh, I fucking hated her, bro. She was so goddamn annoying. She was so goddamn annoying. That's great news. Lena is alive. I haven't seen Akame get killed in forever, but man, I remember that. She was so goddamn annoying. Based on the direction she was going to investigate, this is the place. Justice! Tweaks out. She's like a rabbit dog, like opening the holographic map on her terminal, she pinpoints a new location. Near Conservation Area 107. Another conservation area with hetero creature related missing persons. This is no coincidence. We shall rest here tonight before we keep going. Until then, let me continue the story of Utopia. Blooming in despair. I was the cause of all these sins. Utopia might have not existed if it weren't for me. Dr. Pickman was always doing experiments, and he would occasionally ask for our help. Although we didn't understand what he was doing, we were all happy to lend a hand. He encouraged us to become constructs when the time was right, saying that constructs could help more people. Therefore, I kept going despite how difficult the process was. Dr. Pac-Man. Pikmon. Pickaxe. Minecraft? Confirmed. He was really happy the day my operation succeeded. However, Cecily, look, the operation was successful. I'm also a construct now. I'll be able to work with you in the future. So, you agreed to be a construct? I did. Father said I would be able to help him complete more work and enforce the rules in Utopia if I became a construct. I put a lot of thought into picking this frame. Cecily? What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just too tired. You've become a construct. It may not be a bad thing. At least you'll have a better shot leaving this place. Leaving this place? Are you saying we'll go on a mission together one day? I look forward to that day as well. Yeah, me too. Cecily's smile looks forced. Did Mr. Pickman say anything else? He mentioned you. Father took me to a physical examination after the operation, and he said all my data looked good. Just like yours? And he said something about initiating the final plan. What is the final plan? I asked him about it, but he just said it was a grown-up thing. He said it would make us a real family, but I didn't understand the rest. I see. By the way, where's Nata? She told me she had a book she wanted to recommend to me, but her roommate told me she was gone when I looked for her in her room earlier. Did she leave Utopia? Yes, she did. She was the last one. Cecily, are you feeling unwell? Should you go see a doctor? I'm alright. Cecily smiles with relief as if she has made a decision. Leaning down slightly, she caresses Alyssa's forehead just like the countless times she did in the past. Cecily? Alyssa, do you remember the fairy tale I used to tell you? The princess named Eliza? Of course. That was my favorite story. No matter how dangerous or difficult it is, there is always hope as long as you have righteousness and kindness in your heart. Is that so? Keep it in your mind, Alyssa. There's nothing you need to fear as long as you let nothing change you. Justice is bound to echo through the land, and eventually... Several researchers are busy working inside the Utopia laboratory when Pickman opens the door and walks in. Is there still a problem? Yes, Doctor. A rejection reaction appears whenever you try to fuse different minds together. This marks the 58th external test subject, and the extracted consciousnesses still reject each other. The rate of rejection is decreased, but... It's fine. Failure is inevitable. Every path to truth is paved with countless failures. What about the samples from Utopia? We deployed them, and your direction has proven accurate. The rejection rate of that batch lowered to 27.25%. But didn't you say... Don't worry, I found the solution. We finished preparing the test subject we're going to use as the vessel. To lower the chance of rejection, prioritize planting the consciousness shard from our Utopia test subject into the vessel's mind. Pickman needs a nap, or to lay off the coke, or maybe both. As long as our vessel is steadfast enough, we will be able to cultivate a mind that is strong enough. Father! Alyssa, what is it? The new group of residents is misbehaving. They weren't happy with the resources they were rationed, so they took other people's food and water. But we allocated those resources according to the rules. Alyssa complains angrily, and Pickman just looks at her compassionately. Those are not important anymore, Alyssa. Father? Alyssa cannot believe her ears, as her father disregards the rules he used to care about the most. You can decide if you think it's wrong, Alyssa. Do what you want to do. I have to work on the experiment now. This is a very important one. If it succeeds, we'll become a real family. You're weird, brother. Bringing a notice signed by Pigman, Alyssa disciplines the disrupted residents harshly. Those who injured others have received halved rations and are exiled to the outermost part of Utopia until their conduct approves. Everyone receives a set amount of rations and can work to get extra. How can they take it from someone else? Today's work is almost over, but there is still time until the break. I should go find Cecily. She should be able to tell me the story of Eliza again if she has time. Alyssa would totally snitch this up about the homework. She wants to follow the rules. I would too. If people would get pissy at me, I wouldn't give a fuck. There were times back in high school where the teacher would like give us an assignment or like a little like group like activity or whatever the fuck, or just like an activity for the class to do during the class, and there would be people who would like complain about it and shit, and then there'd be me, and then like I remember one time too, I think it was what was it? I think it was we had to like write like a short like essay or some shit, and then one of the students in the class, one of my classmates was like, "Well, why can't we just do it? Can we do it in pairs? Can we do it in groups of people? Why not? Why can't we do that?" And I was sitting there and I was getting so goddamn annoyed with that like annoying ass attitude. I was like, "Bro, man, just do the work, all right? It's not that hard." And he turns around and he looks at me like dead straight in the eyes and he's like, "What'd you say?" Like he's trying to threaten me. I'm like, "Bro, man, come on." Like I'm the kind of person that would always follow the rules to the best of my ability. Yeah, back in school. So anytime any student complains about something and they want to try and like have an easy way out of it, I'm like, "Nah, man, just do the work." I'd be the kind of person that would snitch. I wouldn't give a shit at all. If people hated me, who cares? That's a them problem. That's not my problem. That's who I was. I'm kidding. There were a few times that I would break the rules, actually. There were some times. Defeat the dark side, not join them. There were some times in high school that I did like go against the rules or break the rules and stuff. Like I was never like an honor roll student or a really good student or anything like that. Like multiple times I've skipped classes and shit. It was only a few times. The only times I would actually like follow the rules if it was when it involved like really simple shit. Like if we were asked to write like an essay by ourselves, a short essay by ourselves, and it's like, yeah, that's no biggie. Well, that's about it. For sure, there have been times I've broken the rules. My school was too small to skip classes. Teachers knew the entire school body by name. That was my middle school days. That was like my junior high days. Our school building was like small too. It was one floor. It was one entire just ground floor of a building. There was no second floor or anything. That was my junior high. My high school had like 2 floors though. And an entire recreational center as well connected to it, which was cool. Graduating class was sub 30 people in high school. Yeah, that is pretty small then. If that's high school, then yeah, that's really small. But if that was like junior high or middle school or whatever, then that's like my class. Cecily? Walking past a laboratory that has never been opened before, Alyssa suddenly stomps in her tracks. Tiny private high school. Oh, if it was like a private high school, I can kind of understand. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I actually don't know the. I actually really don't know the difference between like a regular high school and then a private high school. Is it really as it? Is it really as simple as it is? Like it's a private high school, so like a very select few people can go can get enrolled or some shit. Is it really that? Is it really like as simple as it sounds, or? She can hear Cecily and Dr. Pickman talking inside. Have you really made up your mind? I still think it's a little bit of a shame. I was going to save you for last. Although her data is more suitable as a test subject, you fit the vision I have in my research more. The difference is nothing. You just pay for the thought of your kids getting better education. Oh, I see. There really is no difference then, huh? Then yeah, that's really small then. Tiny private high school. That's really tired. That's really tiny then. Only a mind that has gone through enough hardship can be strong enough. She isn't there yet. If I'm more suitable than her, like you said, why didn't you choose me in the first place? After all, Nata and the others were my teammates. However you put it, I'm the only one who can be the core. Perhaps you're right. Do you want to take a look? Our future utopia. If anything, those kids were worse than any public school I went to. Really? That sounds... no. How enjoyable. How fun. What are they talking about? The door is already open. Peeking through the gap is not technically... Alyssa carefully widens the gap a little bit and peeks inside, where she sees Cecily calmly standing next to an inactive suit of armor. So, Nata and the others are all inside now? Do I finally get to see you again? Nata? Zika? Arabella? That's so messed up, though. Just forcefully fusing their minds together into one body. Ugh. She touches the armor's shoulder lovingly. Don't worry. Life stops for all of us here, so none of us will age or die. This is the ultimate utopia. Cecily chuckles ambiguously. that makes any sense. It's weird how this game has different camera controls. To your surprise, the residents you saved do not look happy after you chased the Aurora Squadron away. Damn it. Did we miss the chance? Why? Why would you do this? The gentleman promised us water and food and warm clothes. Those things came with a price. They were going to experiment on you. No one cares. Huh? The gentleman told us we could become their family as long as we followed their rules. Why would you stop us from entering Utopia? You don't care about getting experimented on, brother? Okay, well. Those people have left. You can't go to Utopia today. Go back to the conservation area. It's late now. This place isn't safe anymore. The disappointed resident glares at Echo, but Echo ignores him as if she is used to it. Do you really think such a good thing exists? Certainly! They promised us. We just needed to follow them. You wanted to follow them because you want to live, right? Who doesn't want to live? Do you think only Bayshants like you deserve to live in this world? Okay, well, we also want to live. Commandants and soldiers fight. Farmers farm. Everyone has to work hard to survive. The conservation area offers the same if you work hard. Water, food, warm clothes, and more. Do you really want to be their family, or are you just lazy? You. Accusing others won't get you away from your own problems. You already believe what she said, don't you? Why else have they stayed instead of running away with the Aurora Squadron? The woeful man walks away angrily, no longer berating Echo. He joins a few other residents and begins the way back to the conservation area. A few are missing. Did they leave with the Aurora Squadron? Yeah. They were stealthily and joined the soldiers as they left hastily. Echo lets out a quiet sigh. Some people are definitely seeking an easier life in this world, while others are at their wits' end, no longer motivated to go forward. Instead of an easier life, it's more like a way out. Stop overthinking it. Echo sighs again. Right. I haven't think to yet, Commandant. That's alright. When I escaped Castelia and decided to look for Lena, I found a bunch of conservation areas like this one. You mean... Pigman hasn't given up on his plan. He's taking advantage of the mobility of his flying fortresses to build many incomplete utopias like this everywhere. They usually indoctrinate the residents by enticing them with plentiful resources. They tell them they can become their family if they follow their rules, and the well-behaved ones can enter their utopia. I saved some residents like them before, but none of them believed a word I said. You were the only one who spoke up for me. Thank you. Remember the story you told me? Justice is bound to echo through the land. Don't be afraid, Alyssa. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. There's nothing wrong, and there's nothing to worry about. Even when the rules here begin to crumple, even when you are trapped in this quagmire, at least you're still alive. You can still dismantle everything. There's no time to waste. Let's go. Blurry memories linger in her mind. Something has been shattered in her heart, only to become the foundation of a stronger wall. Echo? Sorry, I got carried away. What were you saying? We can follow the trails of the Aurora Squadron to their base. Time is short. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Following the wind. It is late at night. The soldiers of the Aurora Squadron have entered the woods before you. In order to keep an eye on them, Echo and you have set up a simple camp here. They've stopped. Their base must be nearby. Are you scared? I'm not. It's just, the closer I get here, the clearer some memories become. Back then, right after Cecily passed. Why would you do that, Father? Alyssa, is something wrong? Alright, I can give you 10 minutes. The doctor in a white coat smiles gently as he looks at the time. Are you here to recite the Utopia protocols to me? Or has someone violated one of our little Alyssa's rules? You know I'm talking about Cecily. Devote everything to kindness and love. Never disregard what is righteous. Walk in the path of wisdom without arrogance or faltering. Did you make those rules? Experimenting on Cecily. Was that kindness and love? Was that righteous and just? Of course, Alyssa. Pigman smiles assuredly. It is the most wonderful place, somewhere even better than our utopia here. Everyone can live together happily there. Everyone gets to wield incredible power. It is the most wonderful thing, Alyssa. But our research isn't complete. Once it is done, everything will be even greater. Alright, I still have some things to do. Go play by yourself. He smiles as he pats Alyssa on the shoulder before quickly stepping away, leaving Alyssa by herself. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. She keeps repeating the same phrase helplessly, despite her heart telling her that everything Pigman said was wrong. The education she has received fails to rebut those reasons. Is that really right? Do righteousness and justice, fairness and order look like this? Alyssa, what are you doing here? We just took in a new batch of constructs and we can use some help. Shouldn't you be working today? I see. I'll head there right now. Arriving at the door, Alyssa sees a few constructs approaching her. Those soldiers from Aurora's squadron are walking behind them as if escorting the constructs. This is Utopia. Most people don't get to come here despite how much they want to, so you're lucky. Here lies the only Utopia in this apocalypse. Psst. Why did Babylonia move here if this place is so great? Babylonia is nothing compared to this. You should treasure what you have here. I don't know anything about treasuring, so why don't you let me head back? You can't come back if you leave. Who would want to come to a place like this? You. He's about to say something when he sees Alyssa approaching. Alyssa, I'll leave them to you. I have other business to attend to. Be careful. This Lena leading the group is a troublemaker. I thought all constructs volunteered to come here. Well, yeah. She was heavily injured and we rescued her, so she has to pay us back, so to speak. Fairness, am I right? Nothing's free. I see. You can go take care of your business. The soldier hurriedly salutes to Alyssa before running off. Alyssa returns the gesture properly before turning around and looking at the constructs they just took in. Hello, my name is Alyssa. I'm in charge of moral education here in Utopia. You can come find me if you need anything. Hypocrite. A sharp voice interrupts Alyssa. How moral can a secret corona laboratory be? Enough with your crocodile tears. You caught me, so I admit defeat. But don't you brainwash me with your morals. But he said they saved you and brought you back here because you were badly injured. Lena lets out a disdainful sneer. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. She looks daggers at Alyssa without saying another word. Night has fallen by the time Alyssa has done helping the newly arrived constructs settle in. Long overdue for maintenance, the ventilation system in the public area screeches in painful creaks. Alyssa sits in Cecily's favorite corner, her mind a mess. They said they saved Lena when it was so obvious that she was brought here against her will. Who is lying here? You need to see everything with your very own eyes, Alyssa. People's words need to be taken with a grain of salt. You need to see things with your own eyes and listen with your own ears. See things with her own eyes and listen with her own ears. Keeping her eyes slightly closed, Alyssa replays in her head what's happened recently. Utopia has grown increasingly tense since Cecily passed on. Her father has upped patrol around the gate, and Utopia has seen an influx of voluntary newcomers these days. The people she has just received mark the fourth group today, which is why she's starting to entertain the idea of having a conversation with that construct going by Lena. She seems to know a lot of things that Alyssa has never been told, such as Corona and how people see this place as a laboratory base. Past midnight in one of Utopia's flying fortresses. Lena keeps her eyes partially closed, feigning sleep as she observes the patroller outside and quietly leaves a mark on the wall behind her. Never has she thought she'd find herself in for a ride like this while trying to track down Corona's research base. What exactly is Corona doing here, though? Does Babylonia seriously have no clue about this research base when it's so big and obvious? 1 step, 2 steps. The patroller stops at his tracks and starts having a conversation with someone. Hello. Isn't she the construct from the afternoon that claimed to be in charge of Utopia's moral education? Well, what brought you here? Your rooms aren't here, if my memory serves me correctly. I wanted to talk to you about this Chrono and laboratory base that you mentioned earlier today. And you have no clue as to what those are even though you live here? Good job trying to trick that out of me, but I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm not tricking you into telling me anything. I'm just trying to figure things out. Everyone here knows this place as Utopia. Does that Chrono have anything to do with it? Thus saying a word, Lena fixes her gaze on the construct before her. The Caribous specialize in tracking and spying, and being a Caribou herself, Lena naturally has these skills down to fine art. It appears that this construct called Alyssa doesn't have a full grasp of what's going on at this laboratory base. Except Lena can't still rule out the possibility that she's just playing dumb to pry things out of her. I have nothing to say about that. She squints her eyes again and looks away from Alyssa. I need to go now, but I'll be back. Alyssa does a complicated salute before turning around quietly and leaving. It's been 10 days since Lena arrived in Utopia. Under cover of night, Lena documents the landscape of this place as part of her daily work, noting that these flying fortresses do not stay forever at one location, and that they can be disassembled and reassembled if needed, which spells trouble. Lena is trying to come up with a way to get out of this place. Right when she gets back to her room, however, she hears a quiet voice coming from the other side of the window. Dear girl. Lena? What are you doing here again? I assigned you this room because I passed by during my night patrols here. How was your day today? When Lena hears a few quiet rustles of clothes coming through the window, she can almost picture Alyssa doing her complicated salute, even without seeing her. How did they manage to raise a child so pure and naive in a place as messed up as this one? You've been standing sentry here for 10 nights in a row now. Don't you feel tired? I feel fine. Work is work, and they don't really want to do night patrols these days. According to the Utopia protocols, we're supposed to look out for one another, so I thought I could do night patrols in their place. Are you stupid or what? Well, I was hoping to learn about Corona today, if you don't mind. And while we're at it, why do people call Utopia the laboratory base? Do you really have no clue what's going on here? I mean, they're doing vivisection with constructs here. What else can it be called? An orphanage home? But that's not all that they are. Are you really that naive? Anyone here, and yes, that includes you, could be the next guinea pig. Why do you think they only take people in but never let them out? Have you ever set foot beyond this place? Lena's last question seems to have hit home. All Alyssa knows about Utopia is that it's a gigantic flying fortress flanked by numerous smaller flying fortresses. All she knows is that everyone living in Utopia abides by the rules here, and that they can all live happily together as long as they abide by these rules. And she knows the skies out there to be blue, the grass to be green, and the ocean to be boundless, and yet she has never set foot outside Utopia. Poor Alyssa. Lena lets out a barely noticeable sigh. Room's full, a head empty. Having spent quite some time now observing this girl, she now knows for certain that Alyssa knows nothing about anything here. I've seen them in the middle of an experiment. Dr. Pickman took Cecily. And I'm going to stop them. Because what they do goes against the Utopia protocols. People are supposed to help one another, devote everything to kindness and love, and never disregard what is righteous. I will do what I can to help you and your people get out of this place. Wait, don't. Her words disappearing into the silent air, Lena hears nothing more from the other side of the wall. With a frown, she tries to think of something to stop Alyssa as she hears the same quiet footsteps approaching the wall again. You. Before Lena even finishes her words, she hears rustles of clothes again. Good night, Lena. The stars tonight, too, shall shine upon your dream. It took Lena a long time to finally let her guard down around me. She would say hi to me at recess sometimes, tell me what was going on out there, and occasionally teach me how to shoot with a bow. When she looked me in the eye, I always had this feeling that she was seeing someone else through me. She wouldn't tell me anything, though, when I asked her. She only told me to keep myself safe and never fully trust anyone, no matter who they were. And when she trusted me so much herself. Is he coming with us? Echo says as she fiddles with the campfire on the ground. Lee has another mission to attend to. Lee hasn't quite changed his attitude about your decision after your brief discussion, but he stays around for recon as told anyway. Dr. Pickman is very cautious, and he makes sure that these flying fortresses are never too far from one another. If Lena didn't make it out of there, we can still save her if we can get there as soon as possible. Dr. Pickman isn't going to go easy on Lena, because this isn't the first time we tried to run away. A lot of flashbacks. In a corner of Utopia, where no surveillance cameras can reach, Alyssa and Lena are trying to cover their movements with books. How exactly do you think you can get me out of this place with this stupid plan of yours? Lena lets out a sneer, not even trying to hide her sarcasm. Don't think this plan of yours is going to fly. So stay here. I'll try to get out here on my own and come back with some people to flatten this place and get you out of here. No, not only am I helping you get out, I'm letting these people walk free too. Alyssa casts a look at the after cabin of Utopia out of the corner of her eye. Just as there are people willing to immerse themselves in made-up fantasy, there too are people who speak up when served the same fantasy. And the after cabin is where they're detaining the constructs and humans who refuse to be part of their plan or experiment. Dr. Pickman has maintained that these people are being detained for violating the Utopia protocols, except Alyssa has come across no evidence to prove his claim after a thorough investigation. Well, you do know that I know every patrol around here like the back of my hand, and I know exactly where the keys are to the control room. Once the plan is underway, I'll come up with an excuse to get the keys to open the door to the after cabin. The guards are usually most relaxed from 3:30 to 4 in the morning, meaning that we only have half an hour to act. There are a few emergency tunnels in the Flying Fortress, and I've marked them on this map for you to keep, says Alyssa as she crumples up a napkin with a messy scribble of a map and stuffs it into Lena's hand. Well, talk about being naive here. Are you seriously going to trust someone with your life when you've known them for only a few months? Lena looks incredulously at Alyssa. Are you saying I shouldn't be trusting you after we spent so much time together? You've taught me not only archery, but also recon and anti-recon. Aren't these all signs of you placing your trust in me? That's not... Ha! Uno reverse. Looking at the innocent face of Alyssa, Lena suddenly feels deflated. Having been betrayed and gotten back on her feet from crippling hardships, Lena thought she had already built a wall around her so thick that she'd never trust anyone ever again. This wall, however, seems to be quickly buckling under Alyssa's burning courage, letting through a sliver of light that shines upon the darkness behind the wall. Shouldn't it be burning justice? Lena has made up her mind to never trust anyone ever again without a pinch of salt, but she's finding it impossible to turn this young lady away when she's coming on with such persistence. Alyssa has been waiting for her by her room for 1 full month already, bringing her a new plan every single day. Lena might have started communicating with her for the purpose of learning more about Utopia's internal affairs, but is that really all she has been doing? For Everglowing just, yeah, that would have been good. Lena can't help but wonder when she started seeing the young girl like a baby sister. Was it that time when Alyssa let her in on her childhood? Or was it when she managed to dodge the guards with Alyssa's help? Or was it that time when she taught Alyssa how to properly shoot with a bow? Was it? Lena? Alyssa stands up. Though still fresh-faced, she now exudes the valiance typical of a fearless adult. My father is wrong, and it is my duty to help him see that. I'll help all of you get out of here with or without your trust. I'll play by the Utopia protocols to pursue my own justice. Lena stops dead in her tracks and sizes up the girl with a frown. Their hair is similar in color, and they're about the same in height, except Alyssa's eyes are brimming with courage and hope, both of which Lena has already lost. You. Lena finds herself at a loss for words. Just hold your horses for now. I'll come up with an excuse to stop by the after cabin and see if the people in there want to leave. I'll let you know exactly what you need to do after that. Alright. Everyone has purple hair. Good. I love purple. More purple, please. Give me all the purple. Pigman has done a great job selecting who to put in the after cabin. Every single one of the constructs and humans in there hates this place's guts and wants to leave right this second if they could. At night, Alyssa and Lena open their doors at the same time. Operation starts. As per the plan, Alyssa gets the key, enters the control room, and unlocks the after cabin. Meanwhile, Lena waits for the people at the tunnel's entrance before reuniting with Alyssa to escape from this airborne prison. Prison break. Step 1. Secure the keys. This is it. After Alyssa enters the command, the after cabin's door light turns green. While preparing to leave and rendezvous with Lena at the tunnel, she notices a notebook on the table labeled Alyssa, grabbing her attention. And before Pigman planned it all and is waiting for them, oh god, no. Is that my name? She opens the notebook thinking it's just a normal examination report. However, oh, I had to click on it again. Date something, month something. The examination has finished. We found a gem in this batch. She is young, about 3 to 4 years old. The older kids say no one knows where she's from. The girls seem to have just shown up out of nowhere one day when they woke up during their escape. As far as I'm concerned, she's a godsend. I've named her Alyssa, and I'm going to raise her myself. I'm going to teach her things and turn her into what I want her to be. There's no doubt she is going to be the best. The best that there ever was. 6 samples from the runaway kids were modified and turned into constructs. Experiment shows that the fusion rejection rates of their mind went down by a few percent points. And based on all the experiments conducted, my guess is that this is due to the fact that they all used to live by the same social orders. With the research grant I'll receive, I'm going to turn my flying fortress into a utopia, where I'll keep all the samples and manage them together. This is going to be my greatest experiment yet. I'll build a spotless, perfect society and walk away with the best of ingredients. I sent Corona an application for a batch of quality ingredients, and in no time they sent me the ingredients exactly as I had asked them to. The best of them all is Cecily from Silver Falcon. She's so perfect, and with what I currently have, Alyssa is probably the only one who can hope to measure up to her. But I'm just taking my time now since Alyssa's still young. Utopia has just gone underway. Everything is just starting now. When everything is ready, we will be able to make contact with that greater being. And that's when all consciousnesses will have become one, allowing us to all see one another again. Man, you crazy. Alyssa, is everything okay? We're by the tunnel's entrance now, says Lena over the communication device. Right, I'm on my way now. She gives her eyes a quick rub before putting away the notebook and hurrying out of the room. Maybe take it with you. Alyssa, is everything okay? By the tunnel's entrance, Lena casts a frown at Alyssa. Her eyes red. Alyssa appears to have been crying. Prickman. Been watching too much Evangelion because this reeks of human instrumentality. He's a big fan. I'm okay. Where's everyone else? I asked them to go ahead without us. I thought I'd stay here to wait for you because it's pretty safe inside the tunnel, not to mention they've got a team of combative constructs with them in case anything comes up. Aren't you coming with us? Let's go. Ready to go, Alyssa bites her lip. Right then, the oversized notebook slips out of her pocket. What's this? Lena quickly helps her pick it up. Inside the tunnel, pages in the notebook flap to the wind coming in through the ventilation pipes. Alyssa looks quietly at the notebook that's now in Lena's hand, making no attempt to take it back. With a frown, Lena quickly flips through the notebook. Are you crying? No, I'm not. Putting up a tough front, Alyssa rubs her eyes and tries to cover her red eyes with her hair. It always makes me wonder why my father ended up the way he is today. Is it because of something that someone said to him? Did something go south with his research? Or is it because some sort of power got into him? This is something I've been thinking long and hard about since I found out he had killed Cecily. But it never once crossed my mind. That Utopia, this place that I love with all my heart, was built with such malice to begin with. Utopia is a mistake to begin with. So am I. No, that's not true. Lena pulls Alyssa toward her, goes around a pipe, raises her hand, and somewhat awkwardly but gently touches Alyssa's forehead. The Utopia might be a mistake, but you aren't. Do you hear that? Hear what? Lena gestures for Alyssa to lean against the pipe, beyond which roar gusts of wind, something that Alyssa has never heard at Utopia. That's what wind sounds like. And that too is what freedom sounds like. Reaching the tunnel's exit, Lena hops out, turns around, and extends her hand at Alyssa. Let's go. Go where? Didn't you say you want to pursue your justice? Through the fainting starlight and thinning clouds, the morning sun seems to have endowed Lena with a pair of wings to soar into the sky. Leave this place that's always been a mistake, and pursue freedom. Once you leave Utopia, I'll help you apply for a position in the Force and you'll be able to join me on Earth missions once probation is over. And I'll show you all the things you've never seen before. Deserted towns, grasslands so vast you can't see the edge, caves, rocky mountains, and rivers and oceans. Oceans. As she mumbles, Alyssa reaches her hand out to Lena. They made it out alive, as Dan corrected. No one is born a sin. It makes no sense for you to feel guilty when you've played no part in Utopia's wrongdoings. Let's go. Let me show you what the world has to offer. And you and Lena got separated. After that, Lena and I didn't make it out of there at that time. There were traitors in the after cabin, and only a few of us managed to get out thanks to the temporary squad of combative constructs Lena assembled. Lena, I, and those who stayed in the rear were caught and taken back to Utopia. Dr. Pickman came to speak to me many times. He didn't seem to understand why I tried to help those people get out of Utopia. He thought he was giving Utopia his all and was doing the world a favor, and he failed to understand why I couldn't understand any of that. Never mind, I was right. Never mind, you're never mind. And I tried to run from Utopia quite a few times after that, but I never made it out with the heavy surveillance that Lena had been put under. They took care to block off many of the hidden tunnels in Utopia too. Pickman was ready with all the preliminary work he had done, and he found this armor, the best vessel he could have hoped for. So this armor is what came out of his research. This armor, you said? He tried to infuse this armor with all the consciousnesses that he had successfully integrated. And by his original plan, the dominant consciousnesses should have been Cecily and I. But his experiment failed. Most of the integrated consciousnesses lost themselves and became a chaotic lump. Pickman? He tried to put me into this armor, except the consciousness in it didn't seem to want me around. It was a feeling Echo can't quite put into words. The experiment itself failed, but she felt no pain. Rather, she felt as though her consciousness was wrapped within fluffy clouds and gently pushed out of the armor. It was Cecily. She, or rather they, was still trying to protect Alyssa. Even in death, when they had been turned into boiling shards in mind, and even when they were on the verge of disappearing while being burned. Echo didn't become part of the armor, but her mind, by a stroke of fate, established a connection with the minds of the girls in the armor. Pickman carried on with his research of Echo and the armor while trying to put together a new vessel capable of holding a sizable mind. I could hear Cecily talk every now and then, and sometimes she would enter my mind and show up using my body too. Dr. Pickman wasn't aware of this though, so I took advantage of that and did a few more things. I got my hands on some data. Cecily told me that the data would lead me to an encryption key and that the key could disable the control room's internal system. Except, I haven't gotten to the bottom of the data. I can do that for you if you think you can trust me with it. I can help. I do trust you. I mean, I've got nothing more to lose anyway. Echo passes you the memory device that contains the data. You connect it to your terminal and encrypt the data in it before sending it to Asimov. It will take no time. Thank you. There's no way I could have made it this far without your help, and destroying Utopia would have been just some far-fetched dream. You're the one who came to me first, though. I've only been able to get this far thanks to you. Keeping her gaze on the campfire, Echo lets out a sigh. I've never been superstitious, but this... I guess I'll never have a better way to put it other than a work of fate. But I think you should thank your hard work instead. You think so? Of course. As the campfire pops and crackles, Echo looks at the armor next to her, fully engrossed. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. Is that why you changed your name to Echo? No, I wasn't talking about myself. I mean, the usually composed girl blushes pink at your remark. But you're right. Justice is bound to echo through the land. You're the one bearing their hopes, so you must press on. I sure hope I can. I sure hope I won't let them down. Her mumbled words melt into the wind and vanish. The fall is endless. It all seems like broken pieces of a nightmare, showing every single moment that everyone has lived through, happy or sad. Searing flames lie at the bottom of the abyss, blurring even the clearest of eyes. She doesn't want the fall to stop, because she's way too tired. This seems to be what the voices in her head are telling her. But there seems to be something she hasn't finished yet, a promise she has yet to fulfill. See more of this world for me, if you would. Let's go, and let me show you what the world has to offer. You're the one bearing their hopes, so you must press on. Who am I? Why do I have to do this? You're Alyssa. You're the echo that makes us all proud. Didn't you say you want to pursue your justice? Aren't you going to check out the ocean that little Eliza once saw? Go, wake up now, and see this world for us. As though enshrouded by woolly clouds, her consciousness floats up and away from the nightmare and searing flames. A sliver of light shines through as a cool breeze soothes her painful memories and the boiling pain in her mind dies down. I, Alyssa. I am Echo. Echo! Echo, Echo, Echo. Cecily! Next to her, the armor hums impatiently. Oh. Echo, get yourself together. By the time the two of you made your way into the flying fortress, Pikmin was long gone, leaving behind numerous mind disruptors as he did before, which once again took a toll on Echo's mind. After calling for help immediately, you performed emergency relief on Echo without cutting off the deep mind connection with her for quite some time before she finally woke up. My mind? It's not looking good at all. We took a quick look at your mind, but couldn't really tell what happened in there because your frame model is not one of Babylonia's. All we could do now is report the situation to the Science Council and the Star of Life and hope that they come up with a solution soon. Also, it's best if you stop fighting now. Your frame is a real mess. Some of your parts are suffering from lack of maintenance and overuse. See, this and this need to be swapped out, and... Are you from Babylonia? But the Echo jumps off the bed and tries to get out through the window. Calm down. I did promise you that I would go back to Babylonia with you, but that's not happening now. I just received a notice. They revoked your arrest warrant for now. What? When help has arrived, you relocate the still unconscious Echo to a safe location. You're trying to come up with an explanation about Echo's situation when your terminal starts beeping. Out the window. They've revoked the warrants for Lena and the test subject? There's probably a signal interruption here. I received the same message before I arrived here. It's Asimov. Makes sense now then. Did you come across anything new about this flying fortress? We can be sure about one thing now. Remember I said I found Pikmin's handwriting familiar? You mean Pikmin showed up trying to mess with Echo's mind. He's Kogawa Kurono, the doctor we've seen before. Kogawa Kurono? Lee looks at you with a frown. I looked into his background after that, but nothing caught my eyes as suspicious, and his track record at Babylonia is clean too. The only reason someone would tell the world who they are when they've been trying so hard to stay on the low. He's already achieved what he set out to do. It won't hurt him even if the world knows who he is now. What exactly is giving him the confidence, though? Could it be that his experiment turned out a success? Those Kurono people have always been on their toes. We'd better stay put before gathering solid evidence. I second that. Let's try to reach out to Asimov first. He might have hidden some data on Babylonia. You need to let Asimov on this and have him copy the data before Babylonia gets their hands on it. That boy Kugawa mentioned all the way back in chapter 14. I know, so long ago. They bring him up again. Copy that. I hope that Utopia holds the answers to everything. What a throwback. Hey, remember this old dude? Yeah, he's back. Delayed justice. Babylonia, Parliament Hall. The hall turns into a sea of noise as soon as the people inside are informed of the new proposition, one designed to reinforce the elimination of illegal labs and illicit experiments. Illegal experiments? Help us out here and give us a clear definition. There are experiments that are illegal. What are we supposed to make of the Star of Life and Science Council if we regard in vivo testing as the definition of an illegal experiment? The question sets off another wave of commotion among the councilmen. We're talking about that corona test subject that we tried to get with an arrest warrant before, right? Did the high-ups find it already? We haven't heard anything about that, but I can't be sure, but it seems like they've got their hands on something definitive, given the way they're talking now. Guess I'll cut right to the chase then, since we're all on the same page here. Concerning certain illegal experiments conducted on Earth, we now have our hands on definitive evidence and are working on turning our findings into a report, which we will make public once completed. But you haven't told us what constitutes an illegal experiment. The military only solved the issue they were having with the heterohumanoids based on what they learned from Project Winter, right? And the Science Council has been keeping its eye on Project Winter too, no? So are we going to classify the Science Council as an illegal experiment project now? Huh? Vivo testing. Experiments relating to living organisms. Gotcha. That's something I need to own up to, and I'm not going to write that off as a necessary evil to cope with an emergency situation. But if this plan based on Vivo testing has been wrong right from the get-go, then it isn't a path we should continue down. These experiments will eventually throw a science moral conundrum in our face if we don't put a stop to them now. For we are who we are. Scientists and councilmen, that is. We are first and foremost human beings. And to keep a society sustainable and civilized, there have to be lines we can never cross. We need to stop in vivo testing, to stop these experiments from running amok like a swamp spiraling out of control, if we want a better tomorrow for ourselves. Or are any of us here still hopeful for the false promises that this project claimed to hold? Is it immortality? Or is it becoming an ascendant? Asimov lets out a sneer. Are you of the same opinion yourself, President Hassan? We just want to hear what everyone has to say about this. Truth be told, most of us probably don't have a clue about the specifics of Project Winter. We all know how we can benefit from it, but at what cost? Does any of us really know how many of our soldiers lost their lives to these experiments all these years when they didn't have to? For as long as this project has been in existence, no one has been able to come up with a comprehensive report that tells us exactly how many human and construct lives we lost. And that's why I'm in support of this proposition. And you, Commander Nicola, are you in support of this proposition too? I'm against unnecessary sacrifices. It's true that we're living through a time in which sacrifices are inevitable, but every single one of our soldiers is important to us. Now I'll have to admit that we all stood to benefit from Project Winter, which in return took more from us than we'd had to gain from it. While incomplete, the statistics here show us how many constructs and task force squads have gone missing over the past few years, when they didn't have to. Parliament falls silent when Wells projects a report onto the overhead screen. We're only looking at the constructs and humans for Babylonia that have gone missing. Now, if we include those from the conservation areas on Earth, the red bar zigzags upward, apparently trying its best to reach for Babylonia afloat on the trails. And I'm sure you all know exactly what I meant when I said they didn't have to go missing. After all, I've seen them take my students straight to hell. Did I have no idea what they were doing? I did. Except I never stopped them because I'm a pathetic coward. And even at this very moment as we speak right now in the comfort of this room, trying to decide if we should put a stop to these illegal labs, they may still be burnt alive. I'm in support of this proposition. Their sacrifices are meant to help us reclaim Earth and shall never be forgotten. But let's not even think about how much it takes to produce a construct. Because before we get there, we need to worry about how we're going to keep the task force loyal to us if we let those people continue their research. The word is out that Babylonia leaves these labs at large just so we can get our hands on their research data and conclusion reports. Just how many constructs do we think there would still be in Babylonia by the end of the day? What technological support is the Science Council bringing to the table? If we're to do without all this special experiment data? Technological support. What exactly do you mean by that? Be it combating the punishing virus or anything else, Science Council has always been at the forefront of scientific research, while you, sir, what exactly have you done for humanity and Earth other than that cheap lip service of yours? Damn! Got his ass. The balance can tip toward one end when the two sides don't hold equal weight. If it was me in the crowd in the back, like, oh shit. Just Bailey in the background. The mission has been assigned to Lucia. Got it, thanks. As soon as he's hung up, Asimov finds himself deep in thought. Then, when he opens up another encrypted channel, he sees the face of the Grey Raven Commandant on the screen. Face reveal? Asimov? What's up? Parliament passed a proposition about eliminating all illegal labs and research projects. The voting gap wasn't big, but the balance did tilt toward our side. And with that, Babylonia's army will temporarily lift the arrest warrants that they previously put on Lena from Caribou and the Corona test subject. Going forward, they'll be searching for them without actually arresting them. I got that message too. Speedy, huh? And thank you for the thing you sent back here. Even if Corona could pin Project Winter on the Science Council and the military, they wouldn't have the nerves to have this part rationalized at the cost of turning all the constructs into defectors. And that doesn't mean they won't get desperate and do something crazy. So you better not let your guard down. If need be, you can take that construct with you and directly request support. Hassan and Nicola might just know what we've been up to. They're making a statement by not getting in our way there. We've made a new discovery here at Utopia. Found something new on mind fusion? No, but we know who this Dr. Pigman actually is now. He's Kugawa Kurono from Star of Life. Looking quietly at the picture shown to him on his terminal, Asimov is deep in thought. It's him. It did cross my mind before when you were in lockup, but I couldn't confirm if I was right with my hunch because the Science Council and Star of Life were never that close. Corona might have infiltrated deeper into Babylonia than we previously imagined. Asimov falls quiet again. Now that he's come clean with his identity, he must think that nothing can stop him anymore. My hunch is that it won't be long before the guy is done with his research, meaning you'll need a few extra hands to help you out there. After Asimov makes a few taps on his terminal, his frown eases a little. Lucy is good to head down to Earth. Thank you. I've asked to have Liv sent along with her as support. Babylonia has revoked the arrest warrants, but Corona is not going to stop. So you have to get back here with the data before the purifying force gets there. I'm sure Corona is going to destroy that laboratory base before anyone else gets there. And I've cracked the data you sent me yesterday. Lucia has the key, and Lee will know what to do with it. There's nothing you need to worry about. There's nothing you need to worry about the Star of Life. I'll look into it with Hippocrates. Send in the cavalry. Reinforcements. Path of Judgment. They've approved Lucia and Liv's support application, Commandant. Surprisingly fast this time. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The military needs evidence to pin Corona down. Any news from them? Not at the moment. There are things that are better left out of open discussion, even at desperate times. Do we have Pigman's exact location now? Nothing more than an approximation. They're making finding him very difficult. It's a big area though, and even with 3 task force squads, it'll take us quite some time to pinpoint his location. And chances are they'll probably have already destroyed the data we need by the time we find them. There should be another way to go about this. keep narrowing down Utopia to an even smaller area before Lucy and Liv arrive. I hope we can still make it in time. Inside the conservation area. It's been a while since the girl last found herself unworried at a safe place. There's nothing to worry about and nothing to keep her guard up for. No need to fear seeing her face on a wanted list in a conservation area, nor does she have to watch her back for pursuers. Inside a tent, Echo opens the window, letting a ray of sunlight come through along the window lattice. Outside the window, she catches the Grey Raven Commandant in the middle of a conversation with the construct going by Lee. Hey, what are you doing down here when you're supposed to be lying in bed? Coming through the door is the support construct that attended to her just the other day. You really should be resting yourself now. We can't give you a full fix here because we don't have a whole lot of medical supplies at our disposal for constructs. Gently, the support construct escorts Echo back to her bed and checks the more severely damaged parts on her once more. I say just crash the whole fort like the heli carrier. I'm not playing this cat and mouse game. Just crash the entire thing. Quickly grab what you need to grab from inside. Grab whatever info, whatever data, whatever documents, blah, 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 blah. Grab all that you can. And then just blow the mother sucker. Just on top of your mind, we're seeing moderate damage in your support circulation system. And you should get these parts changed too. The support construct lets out a sigh as she records the parts that need to be changed. Well, aren't you feeling any pain? Or is the pain signal malfunctioning? I did feel pain before. Back when she was little, when everyone still called her Alyssa. Whenever she fell and cried out for her father would always stop whatever he was doing and put her on his lap to soothe her. What exactly was it, though, that she stopped feeling pain? Was it when she bore witness to Cecily's chosen death? Was it when she found her father's notebook? Or was it when she and Lena got separated? These pain her more than her physical wounds. But I guess I just got used to it. Gently, the support construct lets out a sigh. After writing a few more things in a notebook, she looks tenderly at Echo. Guess what? Your luck. This isn't the first time Babylonia is bringing home a construct from another faction. Asimov knows what he's doing, and I'm sure he'll be able to give your mind a full fix. Asimov? He's currently in charge of Babylonia's Science Council and also its chief technician. He's done a lot of brilliant research, and I'm sure he can help you. He sounds amazing. Yep, so just chill and let Babylonia take care of everything now. And you really need to give yourself some rest here. Sleep kills your pain better than anything else. The support construct sits by Echo's bed, and it isn't until Echo's breathing slows down that she takes her leave quietly. When the door slowly clicks to close, however, Echo opens her eyes silently. How do you open your eye? Opens your eyes silently. Are you telling me that when we open our eyes, it's very loud? Babylonia. Doesn't sound too bad at all. But I'm afraid that's not where I should be going now. Echo removes her weapon from the wall and, planning to escape, tiptoes her way across the floor toward the window. Before she even opens the window, however, she hears the same hum she's heard only too many times. Cecily? Would you like to stay here? The armor hums quietly as it touches Echo's forehead. Babylonia should be a nice place, and that Science Council sounds pretty impressive too. If you stay. Alright, fine. Let's go then. There are things that we just have to do on our own. Still talking, the Grey Raven Commandant and the construct haven't noticed what's happening here. Without catching anyone's attention, Echo and Cecily sneak out of the conservation area, the first place that's ever made Echo feel safe. Based on what she overhears from the conversation between the Grey Raven Commandant and the construct, Babylonia is apparently plotting an attack on Utopia, except they haven't yet pinpointed its location. Being the airborne camp it is that compromises a few dozen flying fortresses, Utopia, if alerted, can easily slip into a non-traceable zone, making it close to impossible for anyone to ever find it again. which is why Echo is starting to entertain the thought of turning herself into the torch that shines through the night by putting a locator on herself. This is a shackle she bears, and a bloody sin she has yet to absolve herself of. This is their fight, and a path down which they stand to be tried. She doesn't know what the end of this path holds, but having come this far, Echo is now starting to have a grasp of what justice and order really mean. Because someone has taught her what justice is like, shown her a path to freedom, and led her out of the swamp that once trapped her. She considers herself only too lucky for having such experience. Let's get going, Cecily. On her terminal, she dials a number she knows only too well, but has never once actually dialed. Alyssa, anything I can do for you? Need reports of another test subject I sent your way, or... I want to go back to Utopia. I see you've come around. I always know my little Alyssa is the best of all. Come back, Alyssa. Come back to Utopia, where you'll be received with open arms, and become a real family with me. Seemingly preoccupied, Pikmin only sends Echo an address before hanging up. Where was she keeping that arrow? I don't know. And back I will be, Father. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. I'll find you, try you, and head straight for hell with you. Maybe it was one of those like extendable things. like how there's like an extendable staff, but it's an extendable arrow. The support construct that's been taking care of Echo has worry written all over her face when you're done talking with Lee and cast a look at where Echo is supposed to be. I thought she was asleep. When did she even get up and get out of here? It's all my fault. I should have stayed around longer instead of... It's not your fault. A slip of paper on the table catches your attention. Please take good care of Cecily when I help you locate Utopia. Except you don't see the armor that Echo calls Cecily, whom Echo sees as her elder sister. There's just no way that an elder sister would bear sitting around seeing her younger sister walk into a battlefield. How much longer will it take Lucy and Liv to get here? They'll be arriving in airdrop pods, but they'll need time to get ready first. So we're looking at 25 minutes. It's good enough. Get yourself ready. We're leaving. Utopia shouldn't have been on Earth at all to begin with, and you're going to put an end to it. Damn. Reunion. Squad! If only this was Imperia right here. This was Pyro. Just saying, bro. The Grey Raven Fire Team. In Utopia's lab, Pikmin looks happily at the sample before him. Damn. That design goes hard, though. Subpar and definitely nowhere close to Alyssa, but this makes a bare pass nonetheless, I suppose. He looks like a really old Goro Majima. I'm like Yakuza. He's got the same hair and everything. Like, it's actually nearly one-to-one. Eclipse Frank been carrying since chapter 1 for real. Where's Luminance? Where's Lux, man? Kidding. Yeah, that Eclipse Frank really doing wonders. MVP. Truly OP. Alyssa is no doubt one tough act to follow. How's everything coming along with the mind fusion? Fusing selected minds, 23.45%, 33.63%. As the progress bar on the screen slowly fills the empty space, the construct in the vessel struggles violently in silence, which quickly comes to a stop. A slight rejection reaction is detected, but the majority of the minds have been fused successfully. Keep going. Yes. Answers the researcher as his hand trembles. Right then, two members of Aurora's squadron appear from the other side and open up the vessel to drag out the construct that looks long dead. Is it really right what we're doing, Dr. Pickman? Of course. There's going to be a whole new world where everyone will stop aging, meaning we won't be dealing with deaths or sadness. And with that is the world, and that is the world where we'll be seeing one another and making contact with a greater power. But we don't have sufficient theories to... Son, here is something I want to share with you. Soft-spoken, Pickman doesn't seem offended by the researcher. See, I once did some research on ascendants. One of the reasons the Ascension Network chooses them is because their minds are stable enough. And when you put together countless stable minds together and have the most powerful consciousness lead the rest of them to make contact with the Ascension Network, almost as though he could visualize the picture in his brain, right? And his head, yeah, same thing. Pickman breaks into a smile. Why exactly are we limiting human evolution to constructs? See, through the horrendous test subject, the researcher seems to see the cosmic tomorrow of humans that Dr. Pickman is speaking of. Keep going. We're running short on time here. You quickly assign work to the construct staying behind at the conservation area and notify nearby squads that offer support. When you finish all the preparations, you see Lee already in the vehicle waiting for you. All set, Commandant. Well, let's... Commandant! Lucia, Liv! I'm back, Commandant. Yay! Lucia of Grey Raven, reporting for duty. Would you look at that? Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Beyond human knowledge. Cosmic horror. The cosmic. Lucia salutes you ceremoniously. How are you feeling, Lucia? Never been better, Commandant. Please rest assured. Lucia looks at you, her eyes brimming with the same loyalty and courage as always. Sure has been a while. Ready to make some noise? As much as you all would like to take some time to catch up with them, the clock on your terminal seems to be telling you that time awaits no one. Let's get going. Right. I'm at your disposal, Commandant. It's great that we're all together again. Not to mention that we'll all be arriving at the place as a team rather than separately. Then, out we go, Grey Ravens. Roger. That's cool. It's Lee, Commandant. Commandant, I got in. The enemies down there haven't noticed us. We can attack them off guard. Right. As we discussed, I will provide sniping support from a high ground. Liv has already come in through another safe passage. I'm going to meet her. I'll take care of the escaped enemies if there's going to be a fight. Where's the, you are here sign? Hey, Xyz. Long time no see. I scanned this place. To decipher the Flying Fortress's operation data, we'll have to use their central control panel. Their central control desk is in the back. I can handle it myself, but I need the enemy's passcodes. Well, there has to be a fight if we do that. We need at least 5 passcodes to open the gate. The patrol guards should have them. Be careful, Lucia. Yeah, I will. You can count on us. Stealth in my video game? Nani? Easy. Just wait for this guy to come back around. See, the first time I did this, I just brute forced it. I tried to do stealth, but they detected me really, really soon, so I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just all out brawl. Good job. Verified. Let me see. Is it file XTY86? Yeah, that's right. Damn, there's another firewall. Access denied. The alarm won't stop. Base guards are approaching. Enemies on the second floor. We are surrounded. Let's split up. Prepare for breakthrough. That outfit goes kind of hard, though. Attack them.
退きなさい。この一撃で。カラスマよ。私の刃になってください。
Damn. Operation data cracked. The flying fortresses on the outer circle slowly come to a stop, following the heavy roars of machines and the grinding of gears, forming a weird shape around the central flying fortress. I cracked Utopia's central control system using the encryption key I got from Asimov and locked all the smaller flying fortresses around the central flying fortress, so that wherever we happen to be after breaking through our current location, we can make a beeline straight into the central flying fortress. Just keep heading toward the central flying fortress. Jesus. Just say this. Just say the central fortress. Just say the central one. You don't have to say the full thing. Based on our current location, Echo appears to be in one of the smaller flying fortresses around here. You keep your fingers crossed, hoping to reach her in time. In one of Utopia's smaller flying fortresses, keeping yourself hidden in a dark corner, Echo gulps for air. Utopia is so big. Countless flying vessels gather and reassemble around Utopia. Echo has tried and tried again to brute force her way through, only to see more enemies behind the door every time she opens one. The armor seems dejected as well. From behind Echo, she puts a hand gently on Echo's shoulder. Cecily, we aren't quite there yet. Echo knows she can't stop just yet. Not when they're all in this together. I'm sure we'll get him somewhere. Like how the sun always shows itself after the darkest hours. As Echo tries to figure out how to reserve her energy, the deck suddenly starts shaking. Commotion fills the air. The majority of the Aurora squadron doesn't seem to know what just happened. It's them. Echo's eyes shine brightly. She knows her trust has paid off in the best way possible. The Commandant has cracked the data Echo herself had entrusted the Grey Raven with and controlled these smaller flying fortresses with the encryption key in it. It's about time. Do you need a few more minutes before we go, Cecily? The armor touches Echo's forehead gently as if talking to her in silence. Well, let's get going then. She's thoroughly exhausted, but her eyes are glimmering with light, redolent of the stars in the galaxy. Utopia control room. Pickman squints his eyes in appreciation of the test subject in front of him, while the researcher beside him wastes no time recording what's happening. Mind fusion 56.24%, 67.23%. As the red progress bar slowly fills the gray space, the construct in the vessel falls quiet after a violent struggle. Is it violent? I think it's supposed to be violent. Violent struggle. Rejection reaction detected. Remaining consciousness about 62.15%. That's good enough. How many samples do we have left? 3. That won't do. We're still missing the most important one. A leader. At best, the end product could be nothing more than a huge and orderly mess without a leader to hold the consciousnesses together. It's only when there is a leader, one that is stable and firm itself, leading them that they come to make contact with that greater power. What a shame. He shakes his head as he casts a look at the screen next to him, which is now showing Echo fighting alongside the armor. Alyssa and Cecily, neither one of you has what it takes to put this experiment to a perfect end. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Pigman breaks into a smile. Never thought I'd ever need to use Plan B, but... Slowly, Pigman removes his gloves. Oh. Almost done. King of Nutshell. Huh? That's an interesting title. Conference room, Babylonia. Sitting in a corner, Wells keeps his gaze on the Silver Falcon badge in his hand. Great Havens are now around the coordinates provided by the Corona test subject, and have discovered the target flying fortress. A team of task force has been ordered to head down as support. Will be long before Dark Ares arrives as well. Say what's on your mind, Wells. You've been quiet for far too long. My apologies. We've had all the information compiled. Aurora Squadron's main force is in the central flying fortress, but it's going to take us a while to break through the line of defense formed by all the smaller flying fortresses surrounding it. That construct by the name of Echo, who's also the Corona test subject, has made her way into one of the flying fortresses. We've constantly seen small flying vessels fall, and our guess is that it's the doing of said construct. We need to be fast and get our hands on the data before they destroy. Corona is aware of what's happening and has had a few private squads sent over with whatever excuses they can come up with, while having no time to cover up their action. Speedy as always, huh? We have the upper hand because we made the first move this time. Our teams on Earth hit them when they were least expecting a hit. Corona? Wells clenches his fist around the Silver Falcon badge, feeling a twinge of pain as the badge is pointed and stabs into his palm. Calm down. All this will come to an end sooner or later. And in the extravagantly furnished office, Collins opens his mouth to speak while absent-mindedly going through the reports in hand, all the while not even looking up. We sure never imagined things to go this far. Say, is this what you had in mind? Well, never quite saw this coming. And we always played by ear, right? Everyone seems to be reading the same reports. Well, true. But that's not without its risks. Which is why I think I'll try to get Trojan back home soon before we find ourselves trapped in the swamp. How's everything looking on your end, Collins? Mediocre, but that's not something to ruffle our feathers. The best always comes last. The terminal sitting on Collins' table beeps a few times as two encrypted files arrive. See, speak of the devil right there. Got one for you too. That's great. Let's hope this is good enough to finally make those geezers back home jump to their feet and do something. Having gotten what he wanted, Norman cuts the line. Collins, however, takes no offense. He looks out the window, past which he seems able to see through space and see Earth beyond. Gotta say, it's a shame that I don't get to be a part of this cosmic act. It'll only get better from here, right? Don't say that. You're jinxing yourself, game. Come on now. Everglowing Justice. The final node. Project Cadilla has been proven fallacious and unviable. Some of the plan's objectives are indeed achievable, but research findings of mine are the most important experiment results that can be obtained from the project. I should continue probing into the vast territory of mind from which we still have a great deal to learn, and the world shall one day see what my endeavor has to show for. The data from the past is all but meaningless. They are no better than worker bees and queens, which made them a loose sponge. It's impossible for one to make contact with the Ascension Network through Cadilla and her child alone, to become an Ascendant, and an even greater being. The initial experiment has already proven my theory correct. I'll come up with a perfect experiment venue, and no lives shall continue in the new forge. This is where Kugawa Korono's plan began. Inject a sufficient number of consciousnesses into one single mind, having a strong enough vessel to hold them all, to ultimately make contact with the Ascension Network. He received a grant that allowed him to turn his plan into action, which led to the establishment of Utopia, as he realized that when constructs lived by morally consistent standards aligned with human requirements, the rejection rate during mind fusion would decrease. I have my hands on the other reports too, except for the ones to be made public. I'll be dealing with them the same old way. By the way, how's the Corona test subject doing? She piques my interest, and that bioweapon armor. I'll take her back to Babylonia for a break when we're done. And you think Corona is going to be cool with Babylonia keeping her? They already have their plates too full to think about that. The task force squads that arrived have all but completely wiped out Aurora's squadron, missing only a handful of those who ran for dear life. Led by Isaris, the purifying force was around the area and had a mission suspension notification sent to their terminals right when things were about to get rough between them and Grey Raven. Echo is now out in the open where Babylonia can see her clearly. Trying to lay another finger on her wouldn't do Corona any good. Those used to the dark will never want to expose themselves to the light. That goes hard. That line goes hard. I'll bring you back some other data left by Cecily and Lena. Sure. Asimov nods at you and ends the conversation. After ending his conversation with Usabeni, Asimov returns his gaze to the dark blue behemoth that's Gestalt. There has to be something he's not privy to. Theoretically, Gestalt should have a complete record of all the materials that the Science Council has had since the Golden Age. As far as he knows, the Science Council in the Golden Age is where the technology that has brought about mind found its roots. And if he can manage to get his hands on the original documents and personnel logs from back then, he just might be able to envision a clearer picture. But apparently, a line of words shows up on the screen that reads, "This record was lost during the Acadia evacuation and cannot be found." Asimov lets out a sigh as he downs in one go the cold coffee on the cup. The cold coffee on the cup, yes. Cold coffee on the table, Jesus. Oh, the long late night stream of Yakuza last night really did a number on me, Jesus. The Acadia evacuation. Cup reading one, yeah, my reading comprehension. Oh my god. All this reading, I still have these mistakes. Stop. This is what happens to gacha. This is what happens when you play too many gacha games, man. God damn it. I'm a gacha gamer, man. I'm gacha gaming. It's at this point it's expected. It wiped out over 90% of the meeting records and personnel logs that belonged to the Science Council from the Golden Age. 90%! Of the sea of relevant reports, records, case files, and dossiers, there was only one pertaining to a redesignation. Effective today, Dr. Blank, Dr. Redacted, has been recalled from Kowloon to supervise the Science Council, Section 3. Isn't that... Could that be... The only person I know that was in Kowloon, who is now working with like Science Council or like with Babylonia, would be Du Hong. I don't know about Villiers. I don't think about no, I don't think it was Villiers. I think it was Du Hong from the Han Ying chapter. Before Dead. Oh, actually, yeah, maybe. Maybe. It could be either Villiers or Du Hong. Because I don't remember if there was any detail about Villiers being it says recalled from Kowloon to supervise. Right? So I don't remember any detail about Villiers having some sort of like association with Babylonia, even for a little while. The only one that comes to mind is Du Hong. Or at least the wife of Du Hong. Having nothing but this one line, this document appears to be a normal redesignation notice of an employee. It would be some random new character, for real. Just some random person. It's like, well, we were wrong. Having gone through the sea of files and whatnot, Asimov have come across nothing other than this one document. Or has come across. Currently, however, Gestalt holds no records of the Science Council Section 3 mentioned in this document. Didn't turn anything else up, huh? This coincidence seems a bit too convenient. It's almost claiming itself to be a trap out loud. And that's probably what it is. A trap, hidden within a time of prosperity Asimov never had the privilege to experience himself. The blinking red light in the bottom right corner of his screen cuts his train of thoughts short. Another attempt at illegal connection. We sure are getting more of these lately. A self-replicating sequence. Seems like they know what they're doing. Asimov has seen his fair share of these petty cyber attacks, and these attacks are far from breaching Gestalt's firewall. But a thought pervades his mind when he casts another look over the one-line redesignation notice on the screen. We called from Kowloon, and the last time Gestalt was under attack. Asimov remembers what happened on that day, every bit as clearly as though it took place yesterday. Huashu. Quietly, Gestalt is giving off the same dark blue light. Facing the behemoth, Asimov's slender figure seems almost insignificant. There has to be something he's not privy to. And given more time, Asimov is sure he can dig the one and only viable solution out of this sea of data. The bad news, however, is that time is against him. Interesting. Time flies by quietly as all of you clean up after Aurora's squadron. Schultz. In the afternoon, a notification pops up on your terminal toward the end of the cleanup. Echo? The land, having been engulfed by an inferno just a week prior, is once again furnished with green grass. Within a week? That's impressive, actually. Within a week? Holy shit. That's really quick healing. There are traces here and there suggesting that there have been a fight, but not so much so that they overshadow the lively greenery spreading as far out as one can possibly see. And these are the wonders of the land. Scarred and marred as it might be, all it takes for life to return is no more than a bit of sunlight and morning dews. Grass moves fast, but not that fast. Beautiful. Commandant? Echo? What are you? Echo seems to have decorated her frame, her white hemline wavy with the breeze. Found some bodies of those who lost their lives during the cleanup, and this is where I buried them. Cecily and I made a tombstone for them and wrote a little something on it. And I was wondering if you... Echo says no more. Stand next to Echo. With flowers in her hand, Echo keeps her gaze quietly at the small tombstone. As though suddenly recalling something, she produces a nameplate out of her pocket ceremoniously. This is Lena's name tag. I hate to admit this, but She's now part of Cecily's mind. When I was in Utopia's central flying fortress, I found her. She bites her lips and stops speaking. She has taught me so many things and saved me so many times, which is why I had such a difficult time accepting that she was gone. Commandant, could you give this name tag to Sika for me? Sika? I forgot what happened when I fell deep asleep because my mind had come under attack. And I thought it happened because my frame wasn't working properly. After I made it out of Utopia, I realized it might be Lena who helped me get through the final stretch out of Utopia. She helped me get out of Utopia. Twice. Alyssa? Alyssa, can you hear me? Someone broke through Utopia's external defense, and it's a real mess around the lab now. Listen to me, Alyssa. You don't have much time. You need to get the armor with you and get out of here following the path we discussed before. Me? Forget about me. Over the commotion, the researchers who have been evacuated out of the lab are making their way back into the lab where the lights on the experiment equipment are blinking coldly. Don't look back. Keep running. I'll find my way out. You have to get away from here. You have to get away. Lena cuts the line right away, wiping off the chat history when a sound comes from outside the lab. Whew, thank God it wasn't anything serious. What are you looking at? Put her into the vessel already. The Aurora Squadron soldiers rope Lena up and put her into the vessel. This is as far as she goes, Lena figures, but there's also nothing to be scared of anymore. Because the spark of hope she let out of here is more than enough to start a fire that she knows will eventually cleanse this swamp of sins. Mind fusion experiment number 246 starting 246. Is the vessel going to be able to accept an ingredient that's never spent a day with them? When it's never spent a day with them? Ah, screw it. Dr. Pigman is never wrong. He's always right. He presses the button. You, to get away. Her head drooping, the ingredient in the vessel falls completely quiet. God, calling these people ingredients, man, that's kind of messed. I think Sika was actually trying to find Lena, but Lena isn't coming back. And I just don't know how to break it to her that the person she's been looking for. I can only imagine how sad Sika and the rest of them must be. But I don't know what else to do, other than asking them to keep this name tag. I can't really recall what happened back then, but I believe that there will eventually come a day when Sika becomes a commandant so great that Lena would smile at her in approval. So, I'll make sure she gets this. The grass is shining green in the sun, while the skies are thick with layers of clouds. None of this feels real to me. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if this is all just a dream. That I would still be in Utopia and be the same helpless girl, watching Cecily and Lena throwing themselves into the abyss when I wake up. A dream or not, you have what it takes to fight all of that now. Darkness never makes a sound when stretching on, and people never clearly remember how they survived their nightmares. The sunlight of daybreak even makes them wonder if the nightmare is truly behind them already, or if they're about to live through yet another round. But every single second spent living through it makes one that much wiser and puts them one step closer to hope and possibility. Just keep pressing on. Just keep pressing on, says Echo, her head drooping. Then she suddenly turns around and breaks into a bright smile at you. Right, I'll just keep pressing on. There's nothing I need to fear as long as I let nothing change me. Because justice is bound to echo through the land. I'll become the echo of justice. I'll be the song that they sing in this world for generations to come. Gone is the illusory utopia, but the echo of justice is here to stay. That goes hard. The lies have given birth to a judge of truth, who, having walked down the thorny path, has tried the perfidious deity with their own blood for all the lies he had spun. That's a word I've never seen before. Perfidious. Having come so far under the weight of all the souls and shackles she bears, and an internally tormenting mind, she has found her goal, and will dedicate the rest of her life to achieving it. Noticing the words that have just come out of her mouth, Echo blushes in embarrassment. That all sounds a little ridiculous, doesn't it? No, it sounds like a great dream to pursue. It's a way better line than "this is the true measure of a chief." This is Echo at her purest. Intrepid, yet somewhat timid, without her facade of a warrior. What are you going to do after this? I still remember that shit from Inscription of Labyrinth, man. This is the true measure of a chief. I still remember that shit. It's funny. I said I would go back to Babylonia with you, and I'm not going back on my word. And what's going to happen after the break in Babylonia? Break? Isn't Babylonia going to run some sort of experiment on me and Cecily? You're an individual, also one of Utopia's victims. Babylonia was indeed going to put Echo and Cecily through experiments, but after negotiation with you, they've left it up to Echo to make her own decision. I see. Well, I think I'll keep tracking Aurora Squadron. Aurora Squadron. Utopia's influence went far and beyond. When I was cleaning up the war zone, I came across evidence suggesting that there were several flying fortresses out there that hadn't been destroyed. I want to stay on Earth to get rid of them all to prevent another Utopia from emerging. I see. Sounds like a great plan. Is that okay? I'll have a talk with the higher-ups of Babylonia. Echo probably won't receive full autonomy, but seeing as Babylonia doesn't have the manpower to send off to track these minions of Coronos, you can't imagine Babylonia saying no to the deal. Thank you so much. Echo does her rather complicated salute at you in an earnest manner. The World Government's Rules of Etiquette, 3rd edition? Of course. This is standard etiquette according to the World Government. Don't they do this at Babylonia anymore? People don't really do this. No way. Echo lowers her head in embarrassment. When are you headed back to Babylonia? I'm slated to leave tonight. With your team? They're coming home tomorrow when they're done with cleanup. I'm just going back early to get started with the paperwork. Get with the times, Grandma. And you? I'll head for Babylonia once I'm done with my missions here. Alright, I'll see you around then. Echo smiles and nods. Long afterward, the Great Raven Commandant would still recall this fateful day every now and then. Upon entering the transport craft past midnight, you immediately notice the weariness etched on the faces of those around you. After you sit down by a window, Lucia smiles at you on your terminal as she says, "It's April Fool's Day. What should we get you this year, Commandant?" Well, I remember from Cradle Parade. And the answer you offer is, I remember from the beginning of Cradle Parade. It would be great if you guys can come back home soon. Be it going back on your own or all the long faces that fill the transport craft. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. And it is when the plane's engine is gunned and the aircraft thrusts through the clouds that what Asimov once said hits you. That doesn't mean they won't get desperate and do something crazy, so you better not let your guard down. At that time, you remember receiving a mail not long ago from one certain happy-go-lucky girl with her prediction of your future. There's just one thing that you have to keep in mind. Stay on your toes when you're on your own this year. I do remember the April Fool's Day line. That's all I know about Cradle Parade. Yeah. So this is, yeah. Because earlier when he said he was going back on his own or whatever, when Commandant said they were coming back on their own, while Lucia, Liv, and Lee were like busy doing cleanup, that's when I was like, oh, that's when it's gonna happen, huh? You wonder why Nanami's mail suddenly pops into your mind. That's when you become aware of a gas quickly filling the aircraft, one effective only to humans. Babylonia. That's about it. We've got bad news too. Bad news? People on the surface managed to acquire the data we presented at the previous meeting. It's more, they even have access to information that we ourselves aren't aware of yet. We've so far seen protests and armed conflicts across a handful of conservation areas and bases, and our informants even reported seeing Forsaken in those protests and conflicts. That doesn't sound like something Watanabe would do. He's been quiet for 3 days now, so I have good reason to believe that they've got something going on externally themselves. Do these two things have anything to do with each other? I mean, to me, it seems like someone took advantage of the flow. What are you going to do about this? Containment. We need to keep things from spinning out of control. When Hassan looks out of the window, he can see all the red shards and fragments blinking back at him beyond the atmosphere of the blue planet. It's a belt of waste, compromising broken pieces of battleships and dormant missiles, as much as it is humanity's crushed pride. We can't afford another round of chaos on a global scale, not after the failure of the Acadia evacuation. The terminal on the table lets out rings of emergency. Hassan is about to ignore it, but decides to take the call, albeit reluctantly, after seeing the name of the person calling. What? Usbeni's flight back home crashed. Yes, the remaining Grey Ravens are still on Earth for cleanup. Usbeni was coming back to Babylonia early, taking a homebound transport craft, and good news is that they didn't find Usbeni's body in the crashed plane. Bad news, though, is that the craft crashed into a river contaminated by the red tide. There's still hope. There's help on the way. We already put all the task force members around the area on it. We looked into the aircraft too and found nothing out of the ordinary. It had been taken in for maintenance right before it was flown out for the mission. Oh boy. Gulp. Beyond the window, the hazy skies are heavy with ash-gray clouds. Put the guards from the conservation areas nearby on it too, and make sure you check through the backgrounds of the air crew. We have to find Usbeni. Along the banks of a red tide, Earth. Take this person here. Your people are more knowledgeable about dealing with the initial process. All right. The old man nods reluctantly as he takes the unconscious person to his transport vehicle. How long is it going to take you to get ready? It's only a matter of time before Babylonia starts coming after me. Don't sweat it. I'll have Noan keep them busy to buy you some time. The old man's hand trembles at the mention of the name. Are you feeling okay? Never thought I'd pay you a visit? Father. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you, because you're the last father alive. I just had no one to turn to but you because they agreed to do this out of the blue, and I didn't have anyone to help me with this. I think I'd appreciate it if you could stop calling me that. I take it that you don't like being called that now? That's already a thing of the past. A thing of the past, huh? The purple-haired descendant laughs in self-derision. Very well. Guess I'll let you handle things from here on in, Mr. Beth. Isn't that the priest from Beyond? Like, towards the end here? Like, towards the end here? Like, I think from around here. So, the callbacks are going... I know! Like, what the hell? I'll tell you this right now, even though like I only remember like little fragments of like Cradle Parade and shit. There was this one scene during Cradle Parade that got me like fucked up. Like I didn't cry or anything, but it made me like process everything. It put my mind like in a processing state for like 2 days. For like 2 or 3 days. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Oh god. What did I just read? Like it really, really put me deep in thought. I was like, oh my god. So I'm excited to read this. I guess reread it. Did you also do Aeon Reforged and Polaris Bond? Actually, no, I've not. I've not done them yet. Considering how I've already done like Everglowing, Justice, Cradle Parade, and a few other ones in the past, right? I felt it would be best if I just left these alone for now and go through them like fully like blind, I guess. So these two will be sometime this weekend, maybe next week, I don't know. I see. Yes. Everglowing Justice had like 21 nodes. This one, Cradle Parade, is a lot longer. Like 10, like really long. Holy shit. Up to 27. I feel like, oh man, I feel like this is gonna be done in like 2 parts. Yeah, this looks really lengthy. It's thick, yeah. This might be done in 2 parts then. Okay. Calendar here. Let me look. Because exactly next week is Christmas. And I don't want to like stream on Christmas because like it's Christmas, duh. So I was initially planning to finish these 3 chapters before Christmas. So what I might do is, typically I don't stream on Thursdays, but I might do it tomorrow actually. I might play Cradle Parade tomorrow, go through Cradle Parade tomorrow, or at least the first half of it. Because again, it looks like to be a very lengthy one. Or, I mean, or it could be just like another Spiral of Chronos strip where it takes like nearly goddamn 8 hours. Or over 8 hours to get through. Hang on, how long did it take? Let's see. YouTube. Let's see. Okay, just basing it off of Shoal's length of the video, of the story. From Shoal's upload, it's 6.5 hours long. Yeah, that's really long. I haven't done it, but from what I've heard, Polaris is handily the longest chapter. Single-handedly the longest chapter. Oh my god, is it? Oh my god, no way. Okay, it looks like Aeon Reforged is just about as long as the Cradle Parade chapter. Oh my god. Let me see. I'm actually curious. How long was this stuff? Reverie, Wintry Shackles. Wow. The Spiral Chronos story. But yeah, it looks like the Lamia one, the Cradle Parade one's gonna be super long. Holy shit. Same thing with Aeon Reforged. Aeon Reforged seems to be around the same length. Holy. So then... Oh, wow. So if I just... So then... If I do like 2 parts... Yeah, if I do 2 parts of Cradle Parade, Aeon Reforged, and Polaris Bond, that means Thursday and Friday is Cradle Parade. Saturday, Sunday, Aeon Reforged. Monday and Tuesday, Polaris Bond. And that would be just before Christmas. If I do it like that. Because I don't think I can handle like 7+ hours of just reading. Especially out loud. Funny enough though, it's been 5.5 hours and my voice doesn't feel thrashed. Man. Let me think here. I mean... Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll have to it's screw it. I'll just stick with my usual thing where I don't stream on Thursdays. So I won't stream tomorrow. But I will do Cradle Parade on Friday, and if it is super long, also Saturday. And then Sunday will be Aeon Reforged. Well, actually, no. Yeah, wait, no. Because Sundays I take a break too. Oh my god. Actually, yeah, sure. Sunday, Aeon Reforged. Monday, Aeon Reforged. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, even though I typically do stream on those days, I'm not going to stream on those days because it's, you know, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And then Thursday is a given, right? But I'll stream again on Friday after Christmas. We can do that. Like, there's not really a reason for me to rush into the story before Christmas. Fair enough. Yeah, there's not too big of a reason for me to really rush into it. You know? Let it simmer. You know, let this shit simmer. So yeah, that'll be the plan. No stream tomorrow, but I'll have a stream on Friday and Saturday. And again, Sundays I don't stream on, but I'll do an exception for I'll do the exception for Aeon Reforged. Gotta build the anticipation, yeah. Especially considering how these next 3 chapters are going to be quite lengthy. So yeah, so just before Christmas, I'll be going through Cradle Parade, Aeon Reforged. And then after Christmas, but before New Year's, will be Polaris Bond. And then starting next month, I say January... I don't know. Either on the 4th, the 5th, or the 6th, I'll stream on the other channel. Oh, I also got to do like a final stream thing on this channel. With the triple clapper patch. Yeah. For real. Man, it's a lot. But yeah, I'm gonna have like a final stream just before the New Year's. So if Polaris Bond is going to be next week on Friday and Saturday, then I guess on Sunday, the 29th, will be when I have the quote-unquote final stream or something. Okay, that seems like a plan for me already. Ugh. Oh.
ここに使い心地のいい家具を置きなさい。体を休めるのにとても良いので。
That's what you call character development. Because I remember reading from her files that she accidentally fell asleep for like 5 minutes on a couch, and then she ordered her like soldiers or guards to get rid of any furniture around. Character development. Peak based. Yeah, I finally got Chew. But it took me until pity to get Chew though. See, look at that. It took me until pity to get her, which made me sad. Cause then I didn't have enough to pull for both the weapon or the cub. I have enough now to pull either the weapon or the cub, but I don't know which to pull. Probably the weapon, huh? The weapon would take more priority over the cub, eh? Far more important for her? Should I pull? Because the next patch is, after Polaris Bond, it's, Source Beacon, which is the Teddy patch. Alright? And I also want to save up for Luna Oblivion. So I'm like, because I got the 5-star weapon for Chew. I got the 5-star weapon. Luna is the only S rank and her banner is the entire patch. But because they're doing the... But because they're speeding up on catching up with CN, Luna's coming a lot sooner than anticipated. So... You will for sure have enough to get her during the patch, just maybe not day one. Oh, true. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's the entire. It's like the banner's up for like the entire month. For like one entire month, right? So. Okay. And Teddy's an A rank, so she's like pretty much essentially just like free to get. Alright, let's try pulling for this one. I only have enough for a single 10 pull though, so I don't know if I'll be able to get it. But then again, even if I don't get it, maybe I'll get it through pity. But we'll see. Let's do it. Alright. Fingers crossed. I want to see the red. Chew! That's orange. No. That was orange. Rip. What did I get? Oh, I got it. Oh, wow. I got 2 copies of her 5-star weapon. Who the hell else uses the... Who else uses this weapon? Well, oh no. I don't have it. There's no more fall letters. Shit. Oh man. I'm gonna have to do like single pulls. No. Look at that. 2 away. Imagine I get this weapon on the 29th. On the 29th pull. I would be so upset. I would be so upset. Well, I mean, might as well. Why not? It's whatever to me. Here you go. Resonates. That's a lot of crit. That's a lot of crit, which is funny because I gave precision right here too for her memories. So he has a lot of crit on her now. I like the look of 5. Yeah, the 5-star look is actually quite nice. I do like it, yeah. It's quite nice, yeah. Oh man, I forgot about her coding too. I'm still on the fence for pulling for her coding. Because I saw the animations and the ice was like colored purple, so and purple's my favorite color, so like how long is this? Wait, how long is it? 21? Wait, what? The CN coding came out, man. They did Chew dirty. Really? Is it the How do you describe it? I've seen it before though. I've seen it on Twitter. I think it looks good. Granted, it's not as awesome as Ashen Wings. CN Royal Doll type skin. Oh, that's not bad then, because it's like it's a cultural significance to it. It's a cultural theme to it. I like it. Kind of like how Vera, Noctis, and Number 21 have the like the CN themed coatings. Doesn't give the same vibes as the splasher. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, that's understandable then. If it doesn't like if you get different vibes from looking at it in game compared to the splasher. The model looks heavy. Oh. Are you sure that was Chu you were looking at? I feel like that was Han Ying's instead. Because I think Han Ying also has another coating too. Didn't Han Ying get a new coating recently? I don't remember. I just saw something on Twitter. Like I saw like a short clip of it. That was Lamia? I know what the Lamia one looks like. Yeah, Lamia's is like red or something, but like the Han Ying, I think it was Han Ying I saw, but it looked like Han Ying's was like a belly dancer type of coating. I feel like that's what I saw. I've seen Lamia's before. She has like koi fish or something. Which is gorgeous, by the way. Gorgeous coating. Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, oh my god. I was like, oh my god. Madam? Those look heavy, madam. Okay, well, that's that then. That's chapter 25, Everglowing Justice. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. I like the callbacks that they give in there, man. Freaking Beth, and then Kugawa, Kurono, Murasaka, and then of course the little cliffhanger ending of it. On that fateful day, humanity was given the most cruel joke. On April Fool's, the Commandant goes missing. I remember that from Cradle Parade. But yeah, With that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow, I'm not going to stream, just taking a little break from it. Friday and Saturday will most likely, Friday definitely Cradle Parade. Saturday, probably a continuation of it. It's going to be in 2 parts, probably. We'll see. So I hope to see you there. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you later this weekend for fish. Beautiful, kawaii, adorable Lamia fish. Thank you. Bye-bye.